That's a plan. That's a plan.
Okay. All right. We're now streaming, so we probably should not talk about what tools the mayor shouldn't be allowed near. But anyway, I'm forbidden from using anything near my husband's toolbox. No hammers, no anything.
I thought when you did your habitat work that you were good on hammers. No.
Oh no! They quickly moved me into advocating and working on other things.
Got it.
Oh, they said you were pretty.
Yeah. they said, can you bring the man along who is good with the my husband, good with the hammering? I'm like, sure, I'll bring him, and I'll just advocate and talk up things. So anyway. I don't know. Judy remembers I used to come in and advocate for habitat and work with her long time ago.
I can remember agreeing to help my father build a deck one summer, and I must have hammered 800 million nails. I mean, it was immense. It just.
Hey, the nail gun makes it really easy and really dangerous.
Yeah, no, this was way back. So that didn't exist. I hadn't done the math beforehand, which I should have done.
Hello, Anne. Who also joined us? Hello, Flo.
Hello.
Smile, Flo.
Hey, we got Flo's whole head today.
Yeah.
Hello.
She's turned over a new leaf. We see her whole face all the time now.
Once a week, I get to see her whole person. It's very exciting.
What?
I'm playing with my camera.
We're getting a 2-minute warning. There we go. So people can actually like watch us on YouTube, or it's just stashed there, or they can watch it live. Pretty cool.
It streams. Right, Amy? Is that right, Amy? It streams live.
Okay. All 5 hours from last week, you can pull back up on YouTube.
I hear we're trending.
Hong Bin and I ran into each other yesterday. She was jogging, I was walking. She was in the street, I was on the sidewalk. We were like, hello.
We're gonna have a team. We're gonna have like a jogging team.
Yeah, you don't want me on that either. No tools, no jogging.
I'll be on the walking team.
There you go.
I only run if I'm chased.
Cheering team.
Yeah, no.
Hello, Chief.
Good evening.
All right, we're getting the countdown. Do we have everybody? There's Alan coming on. Hello, Alan.
Hello.
I saw Karen coming in. Ty, you're there. Hello.
I'm here.
I think we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I believe the gang's all here.
We're good. We're good. All right. Thank you all for dropping in tonight.
So we'll ask those that are presenting on one of the discussion items to mute your audio and to stop showing your video until we get to your item on the agenda, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
And we should be at about 30 seconds, if I have my estimate correct.
Okay. All right, Hong Bin, can you mute? We can hear you. Thank you.
Go.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 7th, 2020 meeting of the Chapel Hill Town Council. We have another full agenda this evening. We're going to start off tonight with, first we'll have some announcements, but we have the town's update on the town's COVID response. And we're going to have reports on our affordable housing efforts, the Orange County Food Council, and the UNC Campus Development Report. We also have a number of land use items on the agenda tonight. We have a proposal from Christ Community Church at 141 Irwin Road. We have a modification. We have 2 modification requests for Caraway Village and Charterwood, and a concept plan proposal for a new municipal services center. And at the end of the meeting, we'll announce appointments to 5 of our advisory boards. These were the appointments we delayed making from earlier, and we're going to be doing a series of 5 at the subsequent meetings. So we'll get those this evening. And for all those who are joining us on Zoom, thank you, and we welcome you. We know this is, we're all learning how to work together on virtual meetings. You can join us this way. You can watch us on on channel 18. You can pull us up on YouTube. You can play it later on the town website. So we're happy to have you with us. We welcome public input. We have many places where we have public input as part of the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Parker will announce your name if you've already signed up. He'll call you in 2 at a time to help move us along, and then we'll ask you to wrap your comments into a 3-minute window. If you didn't pre-register, not to worry, you can raise your hand as one of the functions in the webinar, and you can also send us a note via chat. So Ms. Harvey, our clerk, can help transition to make sure that we know that you're wishing to speak. All right. In order to comply with our state laws, we have to have a verbal roll call of all council members here. So I'll ask you to unmute yourself and say aye or present when I call your name. I appreciate very much. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Councilmember Voinsey.
Here.
Councilmember Gu.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Present.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Stegman.
Here.
And the mayor is also here. So there we go. All right, we have a couple of proclamations to talk about. We don't do the whole proclamations at these meetings, but we do post the whole one out there in social media and on the town website. But since this one is Skip Single-Use Plastics Month, and there's a tie into what's going in right now. Since October of 2018, the town of Chapel Hill has proclaimed October as a time to focus on reducing our use of single-use plastics by our residents and our local businesses. Unfortunately, changes to our daily lives, which keep us safe, have also led to an increase in takeout meals. And people are receiving some of the takeout utensils, the single-use plastics. So we're going to talk about asking you to this month, make sure when you get a takeout meal and you order it to ask for no utensils. I've seen several of our local businesses put that as an option when you're ordering online. So if you could reduce taking them home, if you're taking a takeout meal, that would be very helpful. We did skip the straw last year for the whole month. It was fascinating. I had a lot of people contact me. I did it for the whole month. It was really eye-opening and learning about how many straws we have. So anyway, we will post that online, but we're asking you this to reduce your use of single-use plastics, especially those take-home utensils. So, all right. There's going to be a public information meeting on a proposed West Rosemary Street hotel to be held virtually on Thursday, October 15th from 5:15 to 6 p.m. Also next week on our advisory boards, the library board, the community policing advisory community, the historic district commission, the environmental stewardship board, and the justice and action committee are scheduled to meet. Public is encouraged to attend these meetings. And as always, please go to the town website to find out the particulars and how to attend virtually. We welcome your participation. All right, fall safety. With fall comes football and Halloween. And we've been receiving a lot of questions about how people can celebrate safely. Many of our traditions, such as tailgating, big crowds on Franklin Street, indoor parties, and trick-or-treating in groups pose really high risk for the spread of the COVID virus. So we're asking you and saying this year is just going to be different. We're encouraging everyone to be safe by observing the 3 W's. We've talked about wearing your mask, washing your hands, and waiting 6 feet apart. The North Carolina and Orange County health departments have posted guidance on their websites to help people think about new ways or creative ways to Halloween this year. There's a lot of great information out there. We know people really love to celebrate this way, but we want you to do it in a safe manner. And the Town Parks and Recs Department is holding 31 days of safe Halloween activities all through October. Please check the website to find out more. And if you or your children plan to dress up, please sure to include the right type of mask when you're around the crowd. Some of the Darth Vader and things we talked about, those kinds of masks aren't really the ones that are going to keep you safe. As we head into November and December, it's important to keep the virus at bay. So please check out the resources. Please get your flu shot. We would like to make sure that everyone stays safe. All right. Are there other announcements? Oh, got two. Okay, Ms. Ryan and Ms. Anderson.
So as everyone may or may not be aware, we have a national election coming up soon, and I just wanted to share some important deadlines with everyone. So the deadline for registering to vote is this Friday, October 9th. If you plan to vote in person on election day, you'll need to be registered beforehand to vote. There will also be same-day registration at our early voting sites. Early voting starts Thursday, October 15th. There's 3 sites in Chapel Hill, at the Chapel of the Cross, the Seymour Center, and at University Mall. And Chapel Hill residents can also vote at the Carrboro Town Hall during early voting. Safety protocols will be in place at the polling places. Please wear a mask. If you don't wish to vote in person, you can still request an absentee ballot. We encourage you to get those in as early as possible if that's the route you've decided to go. And you can get more information on the Orange County Board of Elections webpage. They have a search tool there that will show if you're registered and where your polling place is if you need to look that up. And you can access that at orangecountync.gov/elect. And I'd just like to encourage everyone to get out and vote.
Yay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
I also have a current events announcement. Time is running out to respond to the 2020 census. So if you haven't responded yet, you can do so online or by phone. And information is available at my2020census.gov.
Yeah, I got the report today too. We're still hovering in the bottom 10 states and replying to the census. We're a little better in Chapel Hill than the state average, but not that much better. We're still in the 70-something% range. So we really do need people. This really affects our budget. It affects our representation. It's going to affect what money is received from the federal government for the next 10 years. So it's really, really important. And I'm encouraging even students out there because you need to register as well for the census. It's where you were on April 1st. So if you were in our community, even though it's not your primary residence, you're supposed to count yourself here. So we want to encourage everyone to fill out their census form. So thank you for that reminder. Any other announcements? So now it's time for public comment or petitions about things not on the agenda this evening. So if you're wishing to speak on something not on the agenda this evening, we ask you to raise your hand. I know we have at least one person who signed up ahead of time, so we have 2. I'll let Mr. Parker call you in. Thank you.
So we have Ms. Julie McClintock has a petition she is presenting to us, and Celeste Clamage will follow Ms. McClintock.
Great, thank you.
And a reminder, it's 3 minutes, please.
Welcome.
Very good. Good evening, everyone. This is a petition to you from me, Tim O'Shea, Sandy Turbeville, Teresa Raphael Grimm. And we're basically requesting that the town manager reschedule the October 26th information session on the Aura project until mid-November. While this meeting is not a public hearing, it does provide a vital opportunity for many people concerned about the Aura project and traffic on Estes Drive to ask questions. However, this meeting date is just 1 week and a day of the most important national election any of us can remember, and in the midst of early voting. The same people who will want to attend this information session are completely focused on election activities, and many are working at the polls and wouldn't be able to attend on the 26th. Others simply are unaware that a development application near this overcongested Estes Drive MLK intersection has been filed. No one other than a person who received the postcard would know that the conditional use permit has been filed. Holding a meeting in November will give the town staff time to inform a larger audience about these possible changes on Estes Drive. Please note that the town's development activity page that charts all development proposals in Chapel Hill does not currently mention the application, where the new TIA is to be found, nor even public notice of the meeting we are asking you to reschedule. Another advantage of rescheduling it will allow the proposal to receive more of the public exposure that it deserves. Many people depend on Estes Drive to transport their kids to school, use this busy road as a major cross connector to get to and from work. Any additional turning movements and traffic near this intersection will worsen congestion for these commuters and residents. So I'm asking you, bottom line, to request that the manager set a November date after the election so everyone who wants to attend can ask the applicant and town staff their questions. And I would just note that in this time of COVID pandemic, when the town is not holding in-person public meetings, that we really want and expect our town leaders to make extra efforts to ensure and inform citizenry with proper public notice and providing adequate opportunities for engagement. And we're aware that this is a conditional use permit, and conditional use permit allows meetings and informal meetings. And we're aware that the council, we've learned that the council has had a number of meetings with the developer, for example. So we don't know what happened in those meetings. We don't know whether the conditional use allows for keeping minutes or anything like that so that citizenry can be informed. But I think that the conditional use is something that we're just getting used to. And I really would like to ask you to go the extra step in rescheduling this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy
Mayor,
to
can I comment?
receive and refer, but yeah, well, go ahead, Maurice. I was going to say I'm happy to receive and refer, but I think Maurice is already on it.
We are, Ms. McClintock, we're already in the process of rescheduling that meeting. We have not scheduled a date just yet, but it will be after the election.
Great. Thank you.
Sure.
That was easy.
So do we need to receive and refer since we're already doing it? I think we're good. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I saw the emails earlier and was waiting to hear as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, you're muted.
Next is Ms. What was her name? Ms. Clamage, I believe.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. So I know you have a lot on the agenda. I just wanted to quickly bring up a question about the budget. Back in a council meeting at the end of June, I think it was on June 24th, Mayor Heminger had committed to revisiting the police budget at some point this fall and potentially considering changes to it. I think this possibility was also mentioned in the resolution to improve racial equity and public safety, where it talks about reallocating funds as needed. And I just haven't been able to find any plans to follow through on that. And I would love to see it as an agenda item in the near future if it isn't already. I think it would also be great if the public could give input and stay involved during that process. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have scheduled our task force to start meeting soon to discuss these issues, so we can share more information about that as well.
Great, thanks.
And I believe that is everyone at this point.
Okay, great. That brings us to our consent agenda. How say we?
I move the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Oh, it's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Mr. Nguyen. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, all those, it'll be a roll call vote as always. Sorry, guys. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you. All right. That brings us to our first discussion item, which is an update on the town efforts to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. I have Chief Blue down here and Kelly Drayton as our presenters down here. And Vince, didn't see that. All right.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, I'm Kelly Drayton. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the town. And this presentation will provide just a brief update on the town's response to COVID. So last week, the state launched their Slow COVID NC app. This is the official exposure notification application for North Carolina that allows its users to help in the effort to trace and ultimately slow the spread of COVID-19. Just download the Slow COVID NC app, enable your Bluetooth and exposure notification settings, and be notified if you've been in close contact with someone who has shared a positive COVID test result in the app. Once you opt into the notification system, you can also anonymously share a positive COVID-19 test result within the app. Slow COVID NC protects your identity and privacy while empowering you to protect yourself, your family, and your community. This past Friday, we announced the cancellation of town-sponsored festivals and special events in excess of the state and local crowd limitations through December 2020. This decision was made out of an abundance of caution and in accordance with public health guidance. Canceled events include Festival Arts Festival, the Chapel Hill Carborough Holiday Parade, and Chapel Hill Holidays. Additionally, the town will not accept applications for outdoor special events sponsored by other organizations that exceed crowd limitations. Of course, we can't mention large events without answering the question, is Halloween on Franklin Street canceled? While it's hard to cancel an event that isn't sponsored by the town, we are canceling the closure of Franklin Street this year. A gathering in the tens of thousands is simply not safe, according to public health experts, and you'll see regular communication through the end of the month discouraging unsafe behaviors. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, Orange County Health Department has shared a comprehensive list of activities that are high, medium, and low risk for you to consider on October 31st and throughout the fall. Last week, we launched our Neighborhood Support Circles program, a collaborative effort with the Refugee Community Partnership to bring academic and childcare support to low-income families. Currently, 5 neighborhood support circles are operating within the community, and 3 more are anticipated to be launched later this week. Another collaboration I wanted to highlight is the Emergency Housing Assistance Program, a coordinated effort between the county and town partners to help residents with low income secure and maintain stable housing. Since June, we have received more than $27,000 in donations to the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. And since January, that program has served more than 600 Orange County residents with housing assistance, over half of which have been Chapel Hill residents. We're also happy to see more testing available to community members across the county. Orange County Health Department continues to offer COVID testing each Wednesday. And starting today, the testing sites are alternating every other week between Nash parking lot, which is accessible from Wilson Street off of Cameron Avenue, and the R7 lot off of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Additional information about testing sites is regularly shared on our social media channels and available at townofchapelhill.org/coronavirus. And a public service announcement, October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, an annual campaign that's dedicated to remind us all to raise our cybersecurity awareness and practice safe computer use. With a significant portion of our employees working from home due to the pandemic, we're facing new and heightened cyber threats. This year's theme is Do Your Part, #BeCyberSmart, which reminds us that cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. Visit staysafeonline.org to learn more about how to take proactive steps to enhance your cybersecurity. And a big thank you to Mayor Heminger for sharing your photo with us of being a flu fighter. Our public health professionals say October is the best month to get your flu shot because it will help protect you throughout the flu season, the peak of which locally for us is February. So remember, get your flu shot, and just like Mayor Heminger, you can be an influencer. And finally, I wanted to reiterate the importance of our 3 Ws and making these a part of your daily routine. We're all in this fight together, and every time you practice the 3 Ws, you're potentially helping to slow the spread of COVID-19 and maybe even save a life. Wear a face covering over your nose and mouth, wash your hands and your reusable face mask regularly, and wait 6 feet apart from people who are not members of your household. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Drayton. Oh, it was fun asking someone to take my picture while I got my flu shot. Anyway, encourage everyone to get their flu shot to help reduce the spread of the flu virus in addition to the COVID virus. Anyway, thank you. Are there questions from council? We have somebody from the public wishing to speak. All right, Mr. Parker, will you call? Oh,
yeah, Howard Hongman.
Yeah. You're
just would
muted.
like to get I just would like to get an update with regard to the test of positivity. Do we have those ongoing tracking of those numbers? What the trend is at this time?
Yeah, we sent you the notice yesterday from the Orange County MAC group who met. We sent that out yesterday afternoon. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Sorry, Ms. Drayton, do you know our positivity rate?
Yes, we're hovering at about 2%.
Yeah, that was good. And the hospitalizations were also way down. So yeah, we're holding steady. So that's good. Yeah. Mr. Parker?
Yes, Michael Hoppe wishes to speak on this.
And if you're calling in, will you please press *9 so I can tell which caller you might be? Otherwise, I don't see him on the list.
Okay, well, maybe he will join us later. I know he signed up to speak on something else. Maybe he can ask a question then needed. Okay, thank you for the update. And just to let council know that the MAC group is meeting not as frequently now since we've been holding steady. They want to concentrate on economic recovery. If things shift, we will pull the group back together on a more regular basis, but we are also sending out the reports weekly. So the reports are still coming to you, and we send those out as soon as we get them, usually late Tuesday afternoon or early Wednesday, depending on when the reports come. So you have those reports from the Orange County Emergency Services. Okay, so that brings us to item number 9, receive the fiscal year 20 Affordable Housing Annual Report. We have Sarah Vinyas and Nate Roman Folks. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Vinyas, Assistant Director of Housing and Community, and Nate Broman-Felks, our Affordable Housing Manager, and I will share our Affordable Housing Annual Report for fiscal year 20. We have a 15-slide presentation that should take less than 10 minutes. I'll start by sharing with you our key affordable housing results for last year, which covers the period from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. Nate will then provide you with a look ahead, including updates on our key affordable housing initiatives. I think we're having a technical issue with the presentation.
Sorry, it disappeared.
Yep, sorry about that. Let's try this.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay, it's starting from the end for some reason. Let's see. There we go.
All right. You can go to the next slide, Nate. So first, to highlight some of our key successes from last year, which is the period, as I said, from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020. We continue to support several development and preservation projects in the community over the course of the year. Council also awarded $6.1 million to community partners for affordable housing projects, and that includes $5 million of the bond that was approved a couple of years ago. Also last year, we developed an affordable housing preservation strategy, which outlines our strategic approach to how we'll maintain the existing affordable housing in the community. We also, as Kelly mentioned in the last presentation, we've continued to focus on emergency housing assistance. And last year, assisted close to 150 households through that program. And Nate will talk with you a little bit more about that later in the presentation. Also, last year, we selected a potential development partner and created a site plan for the 2200 Homestead Road project, which is a town-owned parcel that we anticipate doing affordable housing development on. Putting this a little bit further into context of where we've been and our results over last year, over the last several years, the town has increased its support for affordable housing and established an investment plan to get more units on the ground and also maintain what's existing. In 2015, the council established the Affordable Housing Development Reserve, which is an annual allocation of $688,000. And since then, the council has continued to increase its investment in this area. And over the last 5 years, the council's awarded a total of $11.1 million to support affordable housing projects in the community. And as the council has increased its support for affordable housing by investing more resources, we've started to see the impact of that investment. In collaboration with our many community partners, we've started to see more units come on the ground. You see the chart here on the left shows you the number of units preserved and developed over the last several years with town support. You see over the last couple of years, we've done a lot of preservation projects, and those have primarily been public housing, repair and renovation, as well as emergency housing assistance. The graph on the right shows you the total number of subsidized units in the town. So as we've increased our investment in affordable housing, we have been making progress towards council's 5-year target to support the development of 400 units and the preservation of 300 units of affordable housing by 2023. And last year in 2020, we surpassed the projection for the year for preservation projects by almost 400%, and that was due largely to emergency housing assistance. This was a more modest year in terms of development projects that were completed with town support, but there are a number of projects that are in the pipeline, which we'll discuss later on in the presentation. So that concludes a high-level overview of our results for last year. And now I'll turn it over to Nate to provide key initiative updates.
Thank you, Sarah, and good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll start with the topic that we've already hit on a little bit, which was emergency housing assistance. This year, we have seen a dramatic increase in the need for rent and utility and mortgage assistance, with the increased need coming from the COVID-19 impacts. And so the emergency housing assistance program was grown out of our existing rental and utility deposit assistance program. And this was developed along with our partners at the county and towns of Carborough and Hillsborough to create a coordinated and streamlined approach to addressing this need. And last fiscal year, about 150 households were assisted in Chapel Hill with a little over $150,000 in town investment. Obviously, COVID-19 impacts are still ongoing and will continue to be. And so you see here this graph of what has happened since COVID started, including into this fiscal year, starting in July. And the numbers of households that are being assisted through the Emergency Housing Assistance Program are continuing to rise, speaking to the continued rise in the need for the program and the town and our partners' abilities to address those needs. And the town has continued to increase its funding support for this program. Well over $900,000 has been devoted to assisting folks with emergency housing assistance in the town. And the vast majority of that coming from federal CARES funds and federal community development block grant COVID funds. Turning our attention now to development, you see a picture of 9 new townhomes in the Chandler Woods neighborhood that were completed last fiscal year. These were able to be incorporated into the neighborhood through our inclusionary housing, as well as $120,000 in town investment, and they will be permanently affordable through the Community Home Trust. Here's a picture of an affordable home in the South Grove neighborhood. 4 new homes came online this last fiscal year. They also will be permanently affordable and were created through inclusionary housing and $50,000 in town investment. I also wanted to highlight a success story. This family successfully achieved their dream of home ownership at South Grove after first living in public housing, then going through the town's transitional housing program, where they were able to save money and take advantage of educational opportunities and receive support to prepare them for home ownership. We are thrilled for their success, which is not only achievement for them, but it also frees up space within public housing and transitional to serve more households on our waiting lists. Another key highlight for the year was the allocation of the first $5 million of the $10 million affordable housing bond. 5 projects received funding awards through the affordable housing bond. CASA here you see at the top recently also received their state low-income housing tax credit awards, which will allow them to start breaking ground on the Merritt Mill project this spring. Habitat for Humanity, the Weavers Grove project, is also scheduled to break ground in the spring, and Pee Wee Home, the tiny duplex on what was town-owned land on Mitchell Lane that was conveyed for affordable housing, plans to construction here in the fall. And all told, that's over 275 affordable homes that will be planned to be developed through this bond allocation. We also want to highlight the progress being made on development of town-owned land. 2200 Homestead Road was able to make significant progress this year. We executed a memorandum of understanding with an anticipated development partner team. This is a collaboration of several local affordable housing developers who have come together for this project. That team's made up of Self-Help, CASA, Community Home Trust, and Habitat for Humanity. All of us working together presented a draft site plan to council in June. Based on the feedback that we received that night, as well as additional community engagement over the summer, we are finalizing a development application, which we hope to submit later this month, so in just a few weeks. The second project we want to highlight is the J Street site. We have been moving forward in line with council's direction, and in December launched a request for qualifications to assist in identifying a potential development partner. We did receive several responses to that RFQ and are planning to execute a memorandum of understanding with a selected partner soon. Once that MOU is signed, that would then kick off community engagement and concept planning, the beginning of that project. One other quick highlight for a town prioritized site for affordable housing is the Bennett Road site. We do have next steps planned for community visioning on that, but are not moving forward with a community visioning process until after COVID-19 will allow us to do in-person community engagement. So that's put off for the time being until we can do the significant community visioning for that site, as well as creating and financing plan for that project. Turning our attention to this fiscal year, we are anticipating about 15 new affordable homes coming online and 400 homes preserved, with the vast majority of that coming through the Emergency Housing Assistance Program. We also want to give you a highlight of what we see coming in the next several years. You can see here the projected development and preservation units out to 2026. And you can see there's a strong pipeline of affordable housing units that are planned to come online consistently over the next several years. And this pipeline is the result of the increase in town investment, the utilization of town-owned land for affordable housing development, continued collaboration with and the work of our local affordable housing partners. Now, to provide just a quick snapshot of some of the key things that we see coming on the horizon this year, we do plan to continue making progress on town-owned land, and on the projects on town-owned land, including Trinity Court, which there is currently a request for qualifications out right now to help identify potential redevelopment partners for that site, with responses due at the end of this month on October 27th. Also, a note, our future affordable housing quarterly reports will include additional public housing updates in them. We also plan to continue providing assistance through the emergency housing program and adjusting that program based on the needs of the community, and are planning to increase the inventory of transitional housing units, as well as opportunities for the employee housing program, specifically through the 5 master leased units at the Union Chapel Hill apartments. And that is the highlight of the progress that we've been able to make this year. It has been a busy and interesting year, but we're happy to report on the accomplishments. And with that, we're open to answering questions.
Are there clarifying questions from council? Ms. Gu?
Yeah, I do have a question. Do you have a breakdown information with regard to for the new developments and preservation? Is there a income level breakdown? Like, are we supporting the people whose income level below 30%, the 60%, 80%? We have been hearing all of those conversations about the different income brackets, that their needs are different. So I would like to see that how our new development is addressing the needs of which income bracket, if you have that information.
We could certainly and get that to you. Several of the projects are designed, including Homestead Road, to serve a variety of income levels, from extremely low income up to moderate income. For the tax credit projects, like with the CASA project, there is a breakdown required from the state funding of serving a certain percentage below 30% of the area median income, and breakdown a little bit above that with 50 and 60% AMI. But we can certainly compile a more full answer on that for you.
Can I ask, I'm very proud of our town's involvement with the Compass Center as well, and they launched the program. The town's contributed to the 3 apartments are we counting those in our numbers at all? As I don't think they're preservation. Are they new units, or are we, because I know we count the master leasing program. Are we counting those units as well?
We will.
Yeah, they announced the first one today. I mean, it was out today. So like I said, I was very excited about our participation.
So they'll be reflected in your first quarter report for this year.
Great, thank you. And just for those of you who aren't aware, the Compass Center has helped fundraise, and the town contributed to procuring 3 apartments for, I guess, women and children in need of emergency shelter. And they hope to use that to transition and help people move along, but it's very exciting. So, yay, good, all good work. All right, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
We do not.
Okay. All right, Ms. Anderson.
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. I know it's been even more challenging than usual, but keeping folks in their homes and continuing with the amazing work, I just really want to say thank you for that. I also So appreciate, I know that your team put a lot of work into kind of figuring out the dashboard and figuring out how to track and project. And I think it's really helping me and I think the public to understand what we're doing. I think it's making it really clear. It's helping to kind of solidify all that work that was kind of going on in the background and making sure that we're working with our partners and collaborating and figuring out how we're going to kind of meet all those goals. So I continue to just be so impressed by all that work you've put in on the dashboard and just, everything you're doing every day. So thank you.
A big thank you, because they've had to go outside their scope of job descriptions and help with the food distributions and the coordination and everything else. And I'm very excited about the donations also to the Emergency Housing Fund and encourage folks to continue contributing to the Emergency Housing Fund. We are truly helping Chapel Hill families stay where they are, and it's really important. I know we'd asked about getting it so that you could donate online. Have we made any progress in that area?
We haven't yet, but I know that our finance department is looking into that.
Okay. So can we post out there when we post this information about this meeting about how people can send a check in or donate to that fund to make sure that we're reminding people how they can contribute? That would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all do amazing work, and we're so appreciative. So thank you. And I agree with Ms. Anderson. The dashboard has made a huge difference in just understanding where we are. And I point people to it quite often when they're asking, where are we? And especially our Tar Heel reporters, groups like that. And it just makes it so much more clear. People can really understand. So thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. That brings us to our next item, Orange County Food Council update. Ms. Hager.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Venus, Assistant Director of Housing and Community. And this item will provide an update on the Orange County Food Council. As a reminder, the Town Council established a memorandum of understanding to support the Food Council in 2019, together with the other local governments in Orange County. And the MOU that was established covers initially a 2-year period that's set to expire in March of 2021. And the Food Council has been at work over the last couple of years, and their coordinator, Ashley Hager, has joined us tonight and will be providing you all with an update on their progress over the last couple of years. So I'll turn it over to Ashley to provide an update.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. It's good to see your faces, though I expected to see you in a different way. I just left on maternity leave right before the pandemic began, and I came back in June, so I'm happy to have this chance to give you all an update. I'm going to start sharing my screen.
There we go.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ashley Hager. I'm the coordinator of the Orange County Food Council. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to give the Town Council an update from the 2019-2020 fiscal year, and then share our intended scope of work for the coming 2 years. Okay. So I'm going to start with some updates from our 2018 work plan. For those that were on the council at that time when the MOU was approved, when we first started this process in the winter of 2018, we designed a work plan at the request of the jurisdictions. And the intention was for it always to be a living document. So I just want to share that as a reminder. And then a few of the highlights before I dig into some of the details of our progress. We've made progress in all of the identified areas. Any of the changes to the intended plans or actions came through conversation and collaboration with the folks in our network, including nonprofit agencies, government departments, and community food system stakeholders. I think one of the most significant evolutions of this process for us has been centering racial equity and lived experience in a more meaningful way. I know those are buzzwords at this time, so I'm going to dig into those details later on in the presentation, but please feel free to stop me at any point if you have questions. Okay, So everything I'm about to share has been shared in our quarterly reports that we've been sending to the town and county managers since September 2019. Some of this may feel a little redundant, but we wanted to make sure that we shared the highlights. We've led the development of a regional food council collaborative, specifically to the Triangle area, to be more supportive of advocacy efforts that we're all facing, including things like affordable housing and looking at the impacts on food access. We facilitated partnerships with Orange County Schools, UNC, thanks to Mayor Hamminger's office, and a number of our local childcare centers with Farmer Food Share and some individual farmers to talk about how we can increase local food procurement. We assembled a community food resource guide that started back in 2018. We've kept that guide. We've transitioned it to a new website to make it more accessible. It is now able to be translated in numerous languages, not just Spanish. And we are exploring ways to expand that to include, obviously, the resources that have come available with COVID, as well as expanding in other areas like understanding breastfeeding resources in the county. We shared a state of food security presentation at the County Commissioner's annual retreat back in January. And the purpose of this was just to get a sense of what is the state of hunger and food access in the county at this time, so that we can start looking at some ways of addressing it in a systemic level. And just continuing, I'm sorry. We designed an infographic that illustrated the relationships between food security, affordable housing, and systemic racism. We shared that with all of our liaisons right before I left on maternity leave in March. Obviously, the data that we used is already outdated because of the pandemic, and we're working to update that. We facilitated relationships to reduce waste, more specifically in our school systems and with a few local food businesses. We have supported the development of standard operating procedures at the state DHHS level for reducing food waste. I think anyone who works in health and food safety will understand that most of the barriers to recovering food safely or understanding how to reduce food waste comes from these state level policies. And so we've been working collaboratively with a number of agencies and groups across the state to set some better standards. We created a proposal for an agricultural trust fund, and we conducted a racial equity assessment of that trust fund this past spring. We have transitioned that effort into a focus on convening a Orange County Black Farmer think tank. I'm happy to dig into those details in a bit. And I will just say that if anyone has questions, you can wait until the end of the presentation, of course, or I'm happy to pause at any moment if you need clarification. Okay. So that's sort of a wrap on the updates from our 2018 work plan. Looking at the past fiscal year, some of this will overlap with what I've just shared, but it's specifically what has been accomplished since the MOU was completed and a full-time coordinator was hired. So that's a part of the success. And then from there, we've facilitated those partnerships with our schools and Orange County Solid Waste to start a composting pilot program that is modeled after the program in the Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools District. We organized that State of Food Security report. We also presented to the Chapel Hill Human Services Advisory Board to share some of the information that we were gathering in that State of Food Security report, and then just to talk more broadly about their work and how it might impact the Food Council. We hosted social justice and racial equity workshops over the past year. These were open to the community, free of charge, with a focus on understanding a justice approach to human need. Part of that work was meeting with a number of the food providers and agencies in the area to really understand the challenges and opportunities they have for moving towards a justice approach and centering more racial equity in their work, but also working with them to understand, like, where can we collaborate? Where is there an overlap of services? And start to move towards those best practices. We expanded work group participation, and finally, just another reference back to the racial equity assessment that we completed and has helped us move towards convening this Black Farmer think tank. Okay. This is the scope of work that we intend to be moving towards in this current fiscal year and then well into 2021. So primary in that scope of work is the development of a food policy agenda. At a minimum, we believe it will be a 2-year process. We have started that process. You could say that that process started with the beginning of the Food Council because we believe that relationships are going to play a central role in not only understanding the opportunities and challenges that we face in our current food system, but in the design process of how we can address some of these systemic issues. Another part of our work in this fiscal year is recruiting new members. We expect to be onboarding 3 new members in the next few weeks. This is typically an annual process for us as a Food Council. We have anywhere from like 2 to 4 people rolling off annually. Our seats are from 1 to 3 years. And then finally, something that is paired with the development of the food policy agenda is supporting the creation of a racial equity community index, data index. We started this work with the Health Equity Council and our health department and the Human Rights Commission in the county back in the fall. It is modeled after what we've seen be successful in Durham as well as Tacoma, Washington. We shared details about that process in past quarterly reports, but I'm happy to answer any questions that might come up. Okay. So from here, I'm really just going to focus on sharing with you all what the intended design process looks like for the food policy agenda. To the left, you will see an image of the food system. This is a basic overview. So it's the 5 major components of the food system. And because it is so broad, the Food Council has decided that in the first 2 years of this food policy agenda, we will only focus on production. So that looks like agriculture and food businesses. You could call it the local food economy, and consumption, which for us is defined as food access and food security. The reason we are focusing on those 2 areas is that they were the first 2 sectors of the food system we started with after a 2015 baseline assessment. And it's the places where we've developed the most relationships. Looking to the right at this equality versus equity graphic, I'm sure many of you have seen this, but I wanted to provide some clarity around what we mean when the Food Council references racial equity. If you look at that first image to the left, you'll see that this is sort of the definition of equality, right? You've got the same fence and the same boxes, but you have people with different access to the view. And then in the middle image, this is sort of the more traditional definition of equity, that all of a sudden you've provided more supports for those who need greater access, who have or are experiencing more barriers. And then that final, all the way to the right image, where you've actually just taken away the fence so that you don't need to increase supports based off of those who have those barriers. You are just looking at the systemic issues, the things that are causing the problems themselves. And that final, that all the way to the right, the third image is sort of where we are working on when we're talking about equity. Okay. This is the intended process for us. And some of this has already began. We are currently in the process of identifying gaps and opportunities at the same time that we are developing agreements between partners and those central to the design process. The purpose of this food policy agenda is to provide all of the jurisdictions, all of the elected boards and the county and town departments with recommendations on practices and policies for improving the food system. We believe this will be a living document in the sense that it's an ongoing process. We don't think that in 2 years we will have addressed every issue within the food system. And we also understand that accountability and transparency are going to be key to this process, because if we move forward with an action that we see 2 to 3 or however many years later doesn't have the intended impact, we need to find those off-ramps to be able to assess what went wrong and to make sure that we're coming back to that core goal of addressing the systemic barriers and issues within our food system. So I share that to let you all know that we don't think this is some magic process that will resolve every issue, but we think that it's going to be the best way of delivering resources and tools to our elected boards and our county and town governments for creating a more equitable and sustainable local food system in Orange County. I believe this is my final slide. So just to reiterate some of those core parts of the design process that we are currently in, lived experience is centered, and that means that the relationships with those most impacted that have the most proximity to the issues are a part of the whole design from the very beginning. It's not something that's worked back in later. A focus on accountability and transparency. We think that accountability only happens through transparency and relationships. I think that this town council has a great amount of practice in this, that when you share plans and intended outcomes, you're open with the community from the very beginning. So we are working to make sure that everything we're engaged in right now is going to be represented on our website, social media, and always within our online communication. It looks a lot different for us than it has the last 3 years because we are so used to community organizing and meetings in person. Places like the Chapel Hill Public Library, where it's accessible by public transportation, or meeting in spaces where we've had partnerships for many years, like the Rogers Road Community Center. Obviously, that's not an option for us during this pandemic, so we are trying our best to make sure that we're still following those values while staying safe. Again, that data index we see as a complementary tool that would help us track those outcomes and ensure that the intended impacts are meeting what we've proposed. We have a racial equity coach that we've worked with since 2017, and she is continuing to help us in this process because she has context and relationships with the council. And then finally, we are participating in other long-term planning and recovery efforts, including the process that is happening with the county and towns through Haggerty Consulting for a long-term recovery plan due to COVID. And then a number of other places, like with our partners with the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness and in our housing department with DSS, as well as with our health department with their community health assessment. What we don't want to do in this process is to end up in a silo where we are not paying attention to the other things happening around us. And I just want to name that relationships, making sure that we're not operating in silos, this can take time. But some of the feedback that we've received during this pandemic from community members and organizations that have been organizing things like emergency food, we've heard that the places where the county and towns had pre-existing relationships that they had developed and nurtured over time, those were the spaces where the most effective and efficient emergency responses happened. For instance, if you had a relationship with a community who was high risk, but also needed access to affordable housing funds, emergency foods, when you have those relationships and you can actually learn from those who are experiencing the issues on how best to deliver services, that's where we've seen the most amount of success. So we want to follow that lesson and bring that into the food policy agenda process. I'm going to stop here for questions, but before I jump in, I just want to kick it over to our elected liaison, Councilmember Nguyen, to see if he has any comments. And thank you all again for having me tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, you have any comments?
That was a very comprehensive presentation. So no, it's been an honor serving as the liaison to the Food Council and being a part of this work, and our focus on lived experience, I think, is essential. And, as we see with even our task force recently, us as a town is really trying to shift towards that. So it's great to see all of us working in unison with that goal of really centering those lived experiences of our marginalized communities.
Okay. Council members, do you have any clarifying questions? Mr. Boynsey?
Yep, I have two questions. So my first one is a question about the roles of the executive director relative to the Food Council. Can you talk a bit about how the Food Council and you as the ED work together?
So technically I'm the coordinator.
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
to make sure that you don't elevate me too much. So as a coordinator, I am situated under the county manager's office as a county staff person. Similar to Corey Root's position with the Orange County Partnership to End Homelessness, it is a jointly funded position. So within the MOU, our sort of decision-making and I guess our power structure, for lack of a better way of describing it, is that the county manager has immediate oversight of my work. And our executive committee within the Food Council, which is made up of all 4 of the elected liaisons from each of the county and the town boards, as well as our 2 co-chairs, also help me make decisions, and they oversee not only the work and the scope of the council's work, but anything that I'm doing. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was curious about that because I know that there are kind of some executive committees or boards that just advise. There are others that have exercised some authority. So that gives me a clearer picture here.
And just to be very clear, that executive committee's primary role is not only to oversee my work plan, but the budget of the council, because you all are stewards of public funds. But as a Food Council as a whole, we use a consensus-based decision-making structure for our actions and for like creating our priorities and things like that.
Got it. And then my second question, I really appreciate and agree with your approach, the Food Council's approach about applying a racial equity lens and analysis to its work. I noticed in some of the materials that there was a breakdown of the Carborough farmers market and the percentage of farmers of color. So that's pretty low. I think the figure I saw was maybe 3%. Can you shed some light on the process there? I confess I'm ignorant as to how folks can set up at the Carborough farmers market. Can you shed any light on that process?
Absolutely. So I believe, and I can confirm to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting information, but I can reach out to our partners after tonight's meeting to make sure that I'm correct, that all of our farmers markets in Orange County have boards that are 90%, if not 100% farmers. And those boards process applications and determine who becomes, let's call them like permanent members or vendors at those markets. You can have guest vendors, right? Like I'm sure some of you have gone to Carborough Farmers Market or the Chapel Hill Farmers Market, and you'll see like someone new during the holidays. And that's a guest vendor. But as far as someone who has like a designated safe space in our markets, that is typically done by application that is approved by those boards. And obviously those boards being primarily farmers, not entirely farmers from the county which the market is in, just farmers that participate in the market. They reflect our current agricultural system, which reflects a history of racism and increased barriers for farmers that are not predominantly white. So that means that when we look at those demographics, it's not to target the individual markets and what they may or may not be doing, but to look at the broader picture, right? So who are the farms available? Why are there certain farms that have the capacity to interact with these boards and the time to participate and others don't? I will just name that the graphic that you saw was a part of our equity toolkit that we had worked on back in 2018 with a group of grad students at UNC. We're still using it in some ways, but we recognize it's imperfect And that was a part of the decision to begin collaborating with our Health Equity Council and the Human Rights Commission to really explore what a comprehensive racial equity community data index would look like. I can follow up after tonight's meeting with some of the examples we're looking at, again, in Durham, North Carolina and Tacoma, Washington, because we think those are the places that have had the most success with these kinds of data indexes.
Thank you. Definitely am interested in following up with you offline.
Great.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions. So the first one is, I remember in 2018, there was an interest in having the food agencies themselves at the table. I was wondering what progress has been made in that regard.
We created a designated seat for a food access practitioner. We now have 2 people that technically fill that role in the council. And again, coming back to like centering lived experience, we wanted to ensure that it wasn't holding a seat for just a primarily, to be honest, someone who looks like me, a white woman who is an ED of an agency. So we have 2 seats since 2018 that I think meet that requirement. One is filled by a staff member from Interfaith Council, Kristen Laverne. She's been a lead on one of our work groups since the very start, so it was a natural position for her to sort of move into the council. And then the second person that is also a co-chair now is Mariela Hernandez from the Family Success Alliance.
Great. And in looking at kind of some of the information that y'all sent over, it looks like, I see meetings, surveys. It looks like there's been a lot going on. I'm just wondering, what are the actual desired outcomes? Like, how have we made progress towards removing barriers to food access? And certainly with the racial equity lens that you're using. But I guess I'm having a hard time gleaning what are the actual outcomes that you were hoping for and that you achieved in the last 2 years, or almost 2 years.
I think the primary outcome was building trust and relationships with those who are on the front lines. So those agencies that have been doing the work day in and day out, as well as the community members who are experiencing food insecurity issues. So just going to focus primarily on our work around food access. That has been the number one goal, because if we don't have that trust and those relationships and communication, we're not going to understand the deeper level of where we are with food insecurity in the county, right? Like, we can have the quantitative data and that can be useful in many ways. But it doesn't always tell the extent of the story and the barriers and how we can get closer to those solutions. So that has been number one. Number two has been working with the agencies to understand their learning. Like, what practices are you using internally, not only to deliver food more efficiently, but also to make sure that you're delivering services that are wanted and that are being used effectively. For instance, if you are delivering food, is it culturally appropriate? So if you're going through this process of getting donations, of collecting food, and then bringing it to community members that you see are experiencing food insecurity, how are you determining the best way to deliver those services and what food is appropriate? So that was also a part of our food waste reduction action too, because we recognize in a lot of these community conversations that a number of organizations were delivering food that was never being utilized because it wasn't recognizable to the community they were delivering it to. It wasn't something that they would eat normally. And that comes back to our racial equity lens. Like, who are you empowering to make the decisions around the types of food that they need? So to answer it more plainly, we wanted to build these relationships and trust, which take time. And then we really wanted to dig in and understand the practices that were at play across the network of agencies. And the purpose is to not only be able to say, we have, however, I should know this because I presented on it a few months ago, but I'll beg off with mom brain right now, that let's say that we're experiencing around 12% food insecurity in the county. that number only tells us so much. Does that mean that it's rural food insecurity? Does that mean that it's primarily families? And so building the relationships with not only those experiencing it, but then the agencies delivering food, we think that we're going to actually be able to move into a design process of looking at solutions where potentially this county can end hunger. Does that answer your question?
Partially. I guess my final question is that this year has been obviously different than any other year, and folks have had to move to, a rapid fire kind of effort to deal with the increased food insecurity that's come along with the pandemic. So I was hoping you could talk about what the Food Council did in response to COVID and how the Food Council was part of kind of the community collaboration that went on to get food out to our most marginalized communities.
So the council was operating without a coordinator from early March until June. But our co-chairs, as well as a number of council members, stepped in to start coordinating weekly calls to connect local farmers and cooperative extension as a partner in this work, as well as economic development, to increase access to fresh, nutritious foods. Mariela Hernandez, as our co-chair and as someone who has proximity to these issues, especially with community members who may be more nervous to ask for services if it could put them on a list, or if there's just a fear of being recognized if you are an undocumented member of the community, was helping bridge the gaps or the understanding between some of these service providers at the county level with those community members. So for example, recommending that pickup sites not ask for information. You just come and you pick up and you grab what you need. Also providing feedback that some of the food that was being received by those community members ended up being moldy or not fresh, and helping make sure that we fix those issues. So I just want to say that that was primarily my council members on a volunteer basis who stepped in and did an incredible job coordinating weekly calls with not only producers, but community members that are experiencing these issues, and then helping troubleshoot how they could make it better over time.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley, I was going to have a similar question, but I was going to ask more, I know that you were out, and congratulations, by the way. But what can the Food Council do to better plug in? We are wearing out our volunteers and all of our nonprofits that are working so hard to keep people fed. We're using our town employees. We've got a lot going on, but how can the Food Council be a partner in all that? Because we need it. Like I said, we've burnt through a lot of volunteers, and we've got a lot longer to go.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I've just started these conversations specifically with not only our liaison, Sarah Venus, but also folks in DSS and our housing department to understand how the things are related between the affordable housing crisis and the potential for more coming this fall, as well as a demand for more food. To answer it plainly, I'm not sure at this moment. The feedback I received is, as of March, everyone changed what they were doing overnight, right? How they were delivering services, who they were delivering it to, where the funding was coming from. And it appears that with every partner I've checked in with over the past 2.5 months, they are just now coming up for air and trying to understand how they sustain this long term. For example, I just had a conversation with Ashton and Laura at table, and everything they did changed overnight. But yet they have more volunteers than they've ever had, and however many years that they've been around. And they're trying to understand how they leverage those volunteers and the resources that are coming in while keeping their staff safe. So I've been checking in with everyone in our network the past few weeks. We're hosting these monthly calls to say, come on, share your experiences, questions, a need for support or resources. We're trying to be that convener or connector we're obviously not a direct service provider, right? So it's not like I have a list of volunteers that I can put forth or foundation money that we can say, here it is to increase the amount of food that you're providing. But we want to make sure that if there's a way to make it more efficient, or again, to have it more community driven, so that those that are experiencing these issues have a say in the type of foods and how those services are delivered, that's the space that we want to help facilitate. We are entirely open to, especially as things are changing around us, how we can be more supportive.
So I know grant help was some way that we definitely could use more support. All of these food groups don't have the staff to help apply for grants. And we talked about help someone to help coordinate applying for all that grant money. There are monies available out there. It's just they've been running nonstop, just distributing the food and coordinating the volunteers. So writing out for grants, and was hopeful, because I know you have some grant writing talent on your council, that maybe that could be an area you could consider plugging into as well.
We have our next COVID food system coordination call on Tuesday the 13th, and I will raise that to everyone in the network at that time. Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you. All right, Michael, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
There is not.
Okay.
Let me just double check that. Nope.
All right. Council members, any further comments? Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think there's a huge value in improving our overall food system in addressing, issues of equity and access. The question is kind of how to best to do that, and how long do we have to kind of get those practices in place. And so I do remember I was on the council at the time when this was discussed, and when the funding was requested for the food council, there was an interest from not-for-profits like Porch, Table, IFC in having a resource that could help them in terms of that, sharing of resources, joint grant proposals, making those broader connections. And I think the Food Council has been in place now for almost a couple years, and it's still not clear to me how effective it's been or what is resulting from the effort. And so I like the emphasis on racial equity. I also think that needs to be kind of triangulated with our GARE efforts, and that we have some other things going on in terms of racial equity as well. I think there are kind of, again, this issue about what are the outcomes that we're trying to get, and we really probably still need more of those agencies at the table beyond just the one or two, so they can give some feedback on what they need right now. Because I can say personally, there were times during this pandemic where I was on the phone with grocery stores to see if they would sell in bulk to our nonprofits, because they couldn't get they had donations and they didn't have food. So they really are struggling, and they're out there doing the work every day. I think COVID has shown us how fortunate we are to have agencies like Porch and Table, and the now Food for Students, the mayor's office. They've all been working closely together, and those levels of collaboration have really expanded by need right now. But if the Food Council was not really able to jump in, and understanding that everybody does need to go on maternity leave, that is a reasonable and necessary thing to do, but we have to have some I guess, ability to fill in for folks. But if the Food Council really hasn't been all that involved in assisting during COVID, then I think we need to think about that. So I think that it looks like coming up, there's develop a food policy agenda as kind of the key next 2-year process goal. But we're in the middle of a pandemic, and we're in the middle of a crisis, and we're going to be working with the county on this recovery. So we need to know the lay of the land now. They're going to be doing this in 4 months, this recovery plan. We don't have 2 years. And so, jointly, the county and the towns are spending quite a bit of money on this and quite a bit of funding. And so I think it would be helpful maybe if the mayor's office could talk with the food providers about what they think would be helpful. And I think we have to think about how we can really ramp up the efforts to meet the crisis in this moment. Thanks.
We are participating in the long-term recovery process that you referenced just now, and we are trying to be a bridge between those food access providers that you just talked about, who can't always attend those meetings because they are day in, day out trying to meet needs. So we're not only participating in it as the Food Council, but trying to make sure that it is transparent and more connected to those on the front lines. And then just to go back to answer or address a concern you raised about having more of them at the table. We have consistently over the past few years asked them if they'd like to participate as council members, and they've said no, that they want to be partners. We somehow wrangled IFC and Kristen into being on the council, as well as Mariella, and we are very grateful for their expertise and experience there. But we want to make sure that we are providing a service by not only keeping a pulse on what's happening day to day, but then thinking about the historical context for this work. I recognize that there is a need to respond now, and we are lucky and privileged to have so many people in this community with the capacity and the expertise to do that immediate response. But we also recognize that if we just act out of urgency and not out of a commitment to those equity values, that we might be missing a time to really do this work on a deeper level. So just to say that we are absolutely at the table for all of these immediate planning processes that are happening at this time, at the same time that we're going to be moving forward with our food policy agenda. And so if there's any way that I can help provide more information on a regular basis, you know, back to the beginning of the presentation, I referenced that I provide quarterly reports to your managers. I'm happy to do a step beyond that if it would feel more helpful. And if you ever have recommendations like you're sharing with me tonight, it is great feedback for us to have. And we want to make sure that we are providing support to those service providers. So I do appreciate it.
Thank you. We've got to move along on our agenda. Karen, sorry, Ms. Stegman.
Thanks very much, Ashley, for your presentation. It was really informative and great to hear all the work that you've accomplished over the last year plus. And I guess I want to kind of confirm my understanding, because it's different from what Ms. Anderson was just reflecting of the Food Council. I've understood it from the beginning that it was really very intentionally different from the direct food providers in our community, who are so important and doing so much in this crisis time, especially. That is amazing. And it's just really been incredible how much they've been able to do. But that sort of, charity model that is meeting immediate needs is a kind of a necessary part of our food system, but that you are very intentionally focusing on a different lens and a different model. The idea of the systems approach, as I understand it, is to get to those root causes in hopes that one day we won't need porch and table and all of those groups that do feel that need. But until we can get at those issues around systems, policies, the advocacy work that you all do to really dig into the equity barriers, the history there, and can sort of inform and advise the council, the county commissioners, and others on how we can try and address kind of looking at the long term, the bigger picture, the same way we're trying to do that, as Ms. Anderson referenced with our GEAR work, looking at the long term, look at those barriers to equity and access and opportunity in our policing and our housing, all of those things. So I've been understanding your work in that lens and kind of contributing to that holistic approach we're trying to take, both at the town level and the county level. I guess it's sort of half comment, half question, but that's kind of the understanding of how you've been working. And it's really impressive how much engagement you've had and with the work groups and your community, and that you're really, that the sort of focus of your work sounds like it's really driven by those closest to the food systems. So I guess I'm really just sort of checking on whether my understanding is kind of matches how you've been operating.
That's correct. We are participating in the GARE process as well in the county, which is connected to the towns. And I know Mayor Heminger is mindful of the time, so I will just say one last, I'll share one last example. I think that grounds what you're saying, Councilperson Stegman. So about 1.5 years ago, we worked with the Ag Preservation Board to develop this Ag Trust Fund based off of the work plan in 2018, looking at the way to increase financial resources for farms. These were two primarily white organizations looking at the state of agriculture now and not recognizing that history. We did an equity assessment and we decided that actually to center those values that we claim to have, we needed to work with Black farmers that we have relationships with to start begin building more of those relationships, but to put them in a position of consulting, right? So that we're not just extracting their intellectual property and then using it however we feel to create policy changes or practices in the county, but actually situating them in a consulting and sort of powerful position where they would help us understand the real experiences of Black farmers in the county for generations and right now, so that we could start really addressing those barriers so that hopefully in a few years' time, I'm not coming back and talking to you all about the same issues.
Thank you. We do need to move on. Appreciate it. And thanks for the updates. We will keep track. Ashley, I do know there's other phone calls, food coordination phone calls going on. If you want to touch base with Jeannie, she can help make sure that you're connected to those. I think there could be some real value in adding in. So thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item, we have an update from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill on their semi-annual campus redevelopment report, and a lot going on there, Mr. Evan.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Jake Loban. I'm one of the current development planners for the town. And tonight I just wanted to introduce Evan Yaski, who is the Executive Director of Facilities Planning and Design for the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And so tonight he will give you the second of the 2020 semi-annual development reports for updates on those projects and what may be to come. So I'll turn it over to Evan.
Thank you, Jake, and good evening to council. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to tell what you can see. So can you tell me what?
It says you started sharing.
And does it have a
Nothing
banner?
there, nothing there yet, just that it's your sharing.
Okay, let's try that again.
Now we can see it.
Okay. I realize that this is not in presentation mode. It seems that I go to presentation mode, that doesn't help you see that. So let's just do it this way. How about that?
That's good.
So again, good evening, Mayor and council members. Here to provide the semi-annual update of our capital projects program. So as you would imagine, the pandemic has changed our capital projects program. We've put some projects on pause, but we still have quite a number of projects that we are proceeding with. So in the report that was filed with you and should have been received prior to this meeting, we did detail those projects that have been put on pause due to the pandemic as we sort of work through our financial situation. And so I am going to report here as to, as typical, the projects that we've recently completed since our last time together, those that are now in construction and those in design. So I've been asked to make my remarks brief, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. So two projects that we have completed since the last update. One is Residence Hall project. It's It's actually three residence halls that are contiguous with one another, the Everett, Lewis, and Stacy residence halls. And those projects were mostly comprised of HVAC improvements. They did include some window replacements. Those have completed. We also completed an expansion to the Chase Dining Hall, which is the dining hall on top of the Ram's Head deck. So there's an image of that on a wet day. Then projects in construction. We have a few of those that we're highlighting here tonight. The first one, you've seen this before. It's the surgical tower for UNC Health. I did want to mention that Simon George from UNC Health is on the line tonight as well, participating in the Zoom meeting, and would be available should you have questions on this project in particular. Here's a somewhat recent view of the project site off Manning Drive. There's still quite a bit of foundation work being done. That's taking a little bit longer than anticipated due to some challenges that came up. Have not yet begun the steel frame construction, but that piece of the project should happen in the coming months. The completion date has now been pushed back till either somewhere late 2023 or early 2024. I'll also add that UNC Health is considering maximizing the footprint of this project and adding some additional ICU beds, but it would not make the project larger in terms of its footprint. If I actually went back, to that image, you see that the top two stories there are not taking up the full size of the floors below. So they're currently looking at that, and I just mentioned that here as a potential change to the scope of the project. A related project is central generation plant that is also being constructed on behalf of UNC Health. Just across Emergency Room Drive from the emergency room entrance. So that's the current state of the project. It's still quite early in the construction. We presented this project in the past, and it was designed as really two buildings that were contiguous with one another, a central generation plant that serves the hospital complex, as well as a parking deck that the university was developing. At this time, the university has elected not to move forward with the deck. It was a 450 space deck due to some financial concerns with the cost of that deck. So we will be putting that area back as a parking lot for the time being. But we sort of have the ability to come back at a later time because we are putting in some foundations to build that deck. Our UNC Medical Education building is also under construction now, and here's a recent site. The next two projects show that demolition is sort of the term of the day more than construction at the moment, but we recently just completed the demolition of the Berry Hill Hall, and the Medical Education building, is going to be a replacement for that building. So it was a very slow process to take down Berry Hill due to the proximity of the buildings nearby that were occupied. So there's a recent view of that. The next project is the Curtis Media Center. So this is a rather small building for our journalism and media school, directly adjacent to Memorial Hall, which you see on the left in this image. And here's a recent image, or two images there. On the left, you see the old Phillips Annex, which has now been demolished. And you see that in the right, the small building is gone. The site has been excavated and foundation work has begun now on that building. Now I move to a couple of projects in design. You've seen some of this before, but I wanted to update you. So the first one is our Porthole Alley project. So we brought this at our last meeting in March, and we'd had some public meetings in January. I think it's the end of January on this project. So just to report that while we have slowed this project down due to the pandemic, I just want to update you that it does remain of high importance, and when we do bring it back at sort of full speed, a time which we're not sure of at the moment when that will be, we do intend to have some more public meetings on this particular project, a very important project, obviously, along Franklin Street, right downtown. And then finally, I want to touch on our Horace Williams Solar and Energy Storage Project. I believe I've mentioned this at previous meetings as well. So we did regroup on this to a different project delivery method, to what we call a design build method. And now we're finally moving forward on that. So we hope to be in construction quite soon on that so that we can complete this project next spring. We'll provide a lot of photovoltaic panels that will be a demonstration project, and if it goes well, that we may expand upon our ability to generate renewable energy in this manner. So that's my brief report for fall of 2020, and I'll entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Council members, do you have clarifying questions? We appreciate your updates. It's always good to know what's going on, especially during COVID when people aren't out and about as much to see all the things that are going on. We know you do have quite a bit, as you showed us, and we appreciate you sharing that with us and your future plans as well. It's helpful. So, Mr. Parker, is anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, there are not.
Okay. Any final comments from council? Thank you for joining us this evening, and we wish you well in your construction endeavors. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And if you'll quit sharing, great. All right. That moves us on to item number 12, to open a public hearing to consider a request to close a portion of an unmaintained and unimproved public right-of-way on Monroe Street. And I have Mr. Roberts with us.
Thank you. Let's see, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Can everybody hear me too?
We can hear you too.
Okay, good. So let me start here. So good evening. Thank you for letting me speak to you this evening. My name is Chris Roberts, and I'm your manager of engineering infrastructure. So tonight I'm going to present to you a request to consider a portion of the Monroe Street public right-of-way that is currently unmaintained and unpaved. There are 7 slides, and this should only take about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So where are we at in this process? Oh, let me back up. Sorry, my computer's slow. Let me just show you the vicinity of where this is located at. So as you can see, this is South Columbia Street. 54 is right here. So it's right here at the northwest corner of that intersection. There's Daw Street, and there's actually an existing paved area of Monroe Street, and Purefoy is over here. So where are we at in this process? So as you can see, the request for call for a public hearing for this was made on September 9th, 2020. Tonight, staff are going to recommend opening the public hearing and take public comment. Per recent legislation related to virtual meetings, the public may submit information to the record for 24 hours after the discussion. At this time, the public hearing will be closed, and on October 28th, the council will consider acting on this request. So I'm just going to take a few moments to talk about the North Carolina General Statute 168-299, which governs local towns on public streets and alleyway closings. It also lays out the process to do so. It starts with communicating the proposed closure to all adjacent property owners in various ways. I also personally called each property owner to explain the request and the process and to answer any questions that they may have. I also facilitated a public meeting or a meeting between the developer and one of the adjacent property owners, Mr. Jaffe, on February 27th of 2020. After that, a resolution must be adopted by a local governing body, and it's also the requesting party's responsibility to pay for and register a plat to gain ownership. Any adjacent property owners who fronts the subject right-of-way can obtain the width of their property in the right-of-way to the center line. Once the process is completed, the public right-of-way is converted to a private property. It was explained to the requesting party, it's in this case is the developer, that they will be responsible for preparing and filing plats and that there will be an increase in their property tax if so closed. Finally, the legislation does provide an appeal process for the resolution if it's adopted. And my personal goal I want to state too was that I never isolate or landlock a property. So this is a general closer overview of what we're showing here. As you can see here, South Columbia, 54 is just down here off in the corner. There's Daw Street and the paved portion of Monroe Street just off the edge here. Here's the subject right-of-way that is the entire subject right-of-way, and the black area that's hatched, black hatching is the requested closure area. Now, in doing so, this will actually isolate this part of the right-of-way. But fortunately, the developer has gone ahead and offered to install or dedicate a full public access easement, as you can see the blue hatching here, which actually does legally reconnect this isolated portion of right-of-way back to South Columbia. We've also requested too that they file and record this easement before they formally close the right-of-way on their deed. So going back to key issues, the closure will isolate one property, which is currently accessed via a private driveway to the paved portion of Monroe Street. However, the Columbia Street Annex developer has proposed a full public access easement to connect the isolated Monroe Street right-of-way, which will continue to provide a reasonable legal access to this parcel. Also, one adjacent property owner has submitted an email that opposes this request. It was received by Mr. Jaffe, who does oppose this, and that and stated that the planned retaining wall as part of the development where the proposed easement connects to the remaining Monroe Street right-of-way, which is again right about here, does not provide him reasonable vehicular access to his property. So again, the retaining wall will be right here. There's also a perennial stream that runs through all the properties right along here. One note that I want to say too, should the project fail, then town staff will work with the county attorney on next steps to protect the current Monroe Street right-of-way and stop the closure process. I've also explained that to the developer and he understands and agrees that that should happen. One note again too is that if they do, if this is approved, that the developer will have to file the easement before he files to close the annex. So the project falls through, that will not be happening. So finally, the staff recommendation is that council opens the public hearing to consider closing, open the public hearing and receive public comments for the next 24-hour period, then closing the public hearing. And on October 28, consider adopting the draft resolution that's in your packet to close the subject portion of the Monroe Street right-of-way. So with me here tonight, oh, and I also want to say too, any public comments please send to mayor and council at townofchapelhill.org over the next 24 hours. So with me here tonight is Wendy Ramsden with Culty Jules Thames, who has a few comments she would like to make, but also is here to answer any questions you might have about the Columbia Street Annex project. I had included an email that you should already have from Mr. Jaffe, who opposes this request. I'm not sure if he's here or not tonight either.
Yes, he's registered to speak.
Okay. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Jake, I'll just start too. Can you, sorry, Chris. Sorry, Jake.
Sure.
Can you show us which property is Mr. Jaffe so we can understand better from your presentation which one is his, please?
Absolutely. So all 4 of these properties he owns, and I believe it's student housing units, and currently it's accessed through a private driveway over to Dow's, as you can see this shaded area.
Okay, so all 4 property, he's the owner of all 4 properties that go over there.
That's correct.
And does anyone drive in off the public right of way that comes in off South Columbia?
No, it's unmaintained and unpaved. It has some pretty impressive steep slopes. And like I said, it also crosses a perennial stream. It appears that there's already a crossing installed, but it's in really bad shape. So to be reused, it would certainly have to be rebuilt. Also, one thing I want to note too is the developer in doing this with their discussions with NCDOT, DOT was requested that they move the driveway as far north as possible away from the intersection of Columbia and 54, which is why you see this little zigzagging shape to make it up here, almost to connect with Purefoy. So I'm not sure if Mr. Jaffe were to develop this, he'd have to deal with a steep slope and also with NCDOT, if they would approve a connection here or not. I'm not sure about that.
So is it a walking bicycle connection currently?
No. It doesn't show up.
So no one's currently using this easement that goes through there?
No, if you drove by it, you wouldn't even know.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, so I'm not trying to, just trying to understand. Okay.
Sure.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, sort of 2 related questions. So then if the easement isn't used, does the paved portion of Monroe Street have any function? What appears to be a paved portion of Monroe Street, if I'm reading the map correctly, does that, like, how did that get there, and does it have any functionality, or is that just more of the easement that's not going to be closed? So where it says Monroe Street, is that whole thing disused, or is the part that's going to remain, is that paved at all?
No, this entire section of Monroe Street, it was probably dedicated over 100 years ago for a development that was part of plan there. It is not paved, is not used in its entire length.
Okay.
The only part that's actually paved is an area that's just right off the edge of the map here, up next to Dawes. But this is completely unused and not paved in any way.
Got it. I guess my other question is, since I don't think the town would be undertaking this, but for the Columbia Street Annex project, and you said that if that project doesn't proceed, then the town has to go back and unwind this and do some things. Wouldn't it make sense to include the resolution that, would affect the, abandonment of the right of way to the development project so that they'd either be approved or not approved at the same time? And that way we wouldn't have to unwind anything should the project not get approved. It seems like approving it now when we don't know what's going to happen with the main project is just creating more work that we may have to unwind at some later date.
So I understand that the project's come into council on November 4th. And I think the thought is it's kind of like the chicken or the egg. They're trying to decide how far they can go with this to see if it's actually going to come together. So they wanted to see if the right-of-way closure is an important part, obviously, of the project. So they wanted to see if that would be adopted. We can certainly move it back to November 4th, but I think the thought is to try to see, one step at a time. If this
would it then be possible to build into the resolution sort of an automatic provision that says if the that ties it to the project and says if the project isn't approved, the resolution basically goes away rather than again having to work with legal staff to unwind it?
We'll talk to the town attorney about that, but yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, related to Mr. Parker's question, I guess I had a similar question, and also beyond that, why would we want to make this decision before we've seen what the developer is proposing and before we've had the benefit of seeing a traffic impact analysis or kind of other information that would help to understand what changing the road entrance would do?
I think it was just a thought that the developer requested to have this ahead of the development to see sort of like a first look at. You know, right-of-way closures are kind of a different thing that we do here, and they're almost an independent process of their own anytime. But, you know, this is related to developments. Like I said, I mean, we can have it on the same night as the development or after. It's kind of your pleasure. But, you know, like I said, I think town staff and the developer thought, let's try the right-of-way closure first.
Okay, and then kind of a broader picture question. You know, over the past number of years, we've been asked to take a look at this entire area since it is a little tricky, and kind of including improvements to that South Columbia Fordham intersection, and to kind of lay out a plan for what the town wants to see here in terms of not just development, but bike, ped, transit, cars, how they all work together and still make this very tricky kind of area work. So how does this proposal fit into that plan and the future redevelopment of this area? I understand the developer's interest, but I'm talking about from our interest as the town. How does this particular action fit into kind of what we need and want to do?
So I know that, you know, South Columbia at some point will be worked on by DOT in the future, and that's something that we can work on as far as those intersection improvements to make it a real functioning intersection. As far as, you know, bike facilities and so forth, I haven't seen this on the bike plan. And I might have to defer this to planning also the answer, but as far as I know, it doesn't really fit in to any of our plans.
Mr. Boyd, oh, Ms. Anderson, are you finished?
What, I guess, I don't know that totally answers my question, but it also just seems like, where is the traffic data, or where's the analysis behind this this proposed closure?
Sure, I understand. All that's going to be presented as part of the development presentation itself, the traffic TIA data and so forth, what kind of impact this will have on Columbia Street.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boyd, then Ms. Ryan.
Yep, Mr. Roberts, I noticed that you mentioned something about DOT is going to be working on South Columbia at some point. Could you say more about that? What exactly they're going to be working on?
Well, it's speculation. I've had conversations with our traffic people, but at some point they will redevelop this area or work on Columbia Street at some point. I don't know what the plans are and when they will actually happen. I'm not sure what their plans are with it either, but I'm just speculating that they will work on this area at some point. And when it does, we will also work on this intersection where the easement's coming in at.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Ryan.
So I also had a question about why we were going to do this now instead of waiting and combining it with the annex application. So thank you for answering those questions. So you had said that DOT would eventually want to have an actual intersection with Purefoy and this road. They prefer to have things lining up whenever they can.
Right.
So right now, the geometry of this is definitely showing that it doesn't line up, right? I can see how the applicant is proposing taking it to the very edge of their property, but it seems like they need another X number of feet to really get a true alignment. So is the developer exploring that as part of their application?
I might defer that to Wendy Ramsden, who's also here.
Okay.
Wendy, do you mind jumping on?
No, I'm Wendy Ramsden, a landscape architect with Coulter Jewel Towns. The developer has spoken with the people to the north, and they are not interested in allowing us to move our driveway or sharing an access to this property at this time.
Okay, thank you. And in one of the questions I submitted for the, on Monday, it said that that there were a lot of road improvements proposed as part of the Obi Creek TIA that they were going to undertake. And it said that, and the staff response said that those improvements will be implemented as part of development construction. Who's going to pay for those? I mean, I understand that the Columbia Street Annex folks would be paying for any mitigations they would do, but what about those Obi Creek mitigations that are supposed to be coming online also?
I'll have to ask our traffic people and get back to that. They're the ones that provided the answer for me.
Okay, because I know at one point DOT was planning to really radically change that access drive
Right.
down onto westbound 54. So I don't know if that's still in the works, but if you could, when they come back with the project, if you can have somebody speak to that, that would be helpful.
I will.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ramsden, did you have something to share with us?
Yes, it'll just take about a minute and a half or two. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Wendy Ramsden, a landscape architect with Coulter Jewel Thames, and I'm representing the applicant and landowner and developer tonight. I understand that you have received a letter of opposition from the adjacent property owner, what we've just been hearing about. He is the owner of 1021 Daw Street, which is the only parcel fronting Monroe without access to other rights of way. We do not believe we are depriving this owner of access to his property. He developed the parcel fronting Monroe Street 13 years ago and chose at that time not to build a driveway in the right of way to South Columbia, but instead to connect by private driveway to Daw Street to the west. He has Daw Street addresses on that parcel and a driveway which has been in uninterrupted use since 2007 when the residences were built. Also, we have looked at the topography in this existing right-of-way and compared it with the access easement we are offering. We calculate that the amount of fill he will need is 25% less by going through our proposed access easement, and that the amount of driveway that he would be responsible to build and pave would be reduced by 125 linear feet. Therefore, we are offering this neighbor a less expensive option for connection to Columbia Street should he choose to build a driveway in that direction in the future. As everybody has likely noticed, we have a curvy sort of easement to offer here. And that is because DOT has told us they would not give a driveway permit at the Monroe Street location, and they urged us to find an entry onto Columbia as far from the Highway 54 intersection as possible. So after conferring multiple times with DOT over some number of years, we are showing that point of connection at the very north portion of our property, and DOT is on board with that. They have reviewed the plans numerous times and worked with us to get traffic in and out of our driveway and are satisfied with this configuration. So in summary, we believe the road closing and concurrent access easement that would be provided will not deprive the landowner of reasonable access to his property and will provide him with access in a location that is acceptable to NCDOT.
Thank you. Council, any other clarifying questions before we hear from the public? Ms. Gu?
Is there any comments from our DCAP advisory board on this proposal? What has not been discussed?
The Transportation Advisory Board?
Right. Mm-hmm.
We did not discuss the road closing. They were not supportive of the development, basically, but we did not discuss the road closing directly.
Yeah, I'm just curious why at that time this proposal was not being brought forward at the time when we are having the opportunity to discuss the overall traffic impact.
Well, the street is not open currently and nobody's using it, so it didn't really affect traffic in the area. And it was on the plans. I mean, it is called out on the plans that they saw.
Okay. Mr. Parker, I know Mr. Joffe's here. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
That is the only person that has signed up, and I do not believe we have any. Well, yes, we do have a raised hand. It appears, can't tell though if it's Mr. Jaffe. Yeah, it's Mr. Jaffe is, I guess, on the phone. Mr. Jaffe, are you with us? Amy?
It may take a moment for him to connect.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. I believe he is connected.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Jaffe, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. This is Alman Jaffe. I own the lot, the 4 lots over there. And I think that Mr. Robert forgot to tell you that the whole project over there depends on change the RCD from 100 feet on each side of the creek to 50 feet. And if I'm going to explain you this, you understand why I didn't build more homes over there on that lot. If you look on the 2 lots on the right, they are very, very large. And the problem that's so large was the RCD was 150 feet. If we change the RCD to 50 feet, I can probably build 2, 3 building lots over there. That the only access to them, to the South Columbia, will be through Monroe Street. If I have a 10-foot or 16-foot retaining wall, concrete retaining wall in the middle of the right of way, there's no way I can access to South Columbia. So this is my objection, you know. I completely object to the project because this would completely will block me from using the 2 or 3 lots that will be available if the town change the RCD definition. So I don't know if you have a question, I'll be happy to answer you. But by doing this, you're giving one developer the hand and then you cut the other developer his hand. And I know if you can ask Mr. Robert, I'm sure he'll tell you that that's the situation. That's the way, the only way they'll get their approval if they'll change the RCD. If they change the RCD, that means I can change the RCD. And that means I can build 2, 3 more building lots over there. Then the only access will be to the South Columbia through Monroe Street. And I'll be happy to answer your question if you have.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, is that accurate about changing the RCD there?
I would again have to defer that to planning, as they're the ones that have been reviewing that. I know there is a variance request in place. Wendy, do you mind chiming in on that?
Sure, I can just explain that we are not removing or changing the RCD. We are asking, we have applied for an RCD encroachment exemption, and that will be, you'll see that with the rest of the project also. But the RCD will still be there.
How far are you asking for a variance to encroach in there?
We are asking for encroachment in the managed and upper zones on the east side of the stream and nothing on the west side.
Okay. And
how many feet of encroachment?
I do not know offhand, but it has been reviewed by planning and stormwater, and they have seen fit to move it forward.
And can I ask, is it accurate that more of that particular lot of Mr. Jaffe's could be developed with more units, or is it zoned? I guess I'm unclear what our zoning is over there or what our allowance would be over there on that property.
My well, in just initial discussions with planning, their property is zoned R2, and they are pretty close to their maximum square footage under with the FAR that's allowed. So if they wanted to do a lot more development in there, they would have to come back to you all for a rezoning. The RCD will still be in place, and it has different FAR limits than regularly zoned parcel property.
Ms. Anderson, you had a question?
Well, Ms. Ramsden always does a great job when she comes and talks to us. I'm just wondering why we don't have someone from planning walking us through this. This seems, I guess like this process doesn't make sense to me.
Do we have somebody from our planning staff who can walk us through this process? Why we're doing this piece separately and why we're doing it ahead of the development proposal?
The other thing I'm saying is that we're asking questions about neighboring lots and we're asking about RCD and stuff, and we're expecting an applicant to give us answers to that. That just, I'm sure she knows, and I have no doubt that she's giving us the most accurate information she can. I'm just saying on a process note that I think we should have our staff presenting stuff like that.
Jake, did you?
I can speak just briefly to that. From a process standpoint, this is a right-of-way closure is not a planning process. That's why Mr. Roberts is here tonight. So it's, again, he referenced a different state statute for that, and the engineering department is the one to carry these through. And so we haven't made an evaluation of in depth, this is what you're asking for this closure. The South Columbia Street Annex project, certainly. And you will see that in just a few weeks. And it's just a completely different process for a right-of-way closure. And that has not been under the planning umbrella for us to present.
All right, Jake, could you verify for us about Mr. Jaffe's lot there that he's referencing about access to, and whether he could actually develop more parcels there?
I can speculate without much further detail on it, but to develop, there are lot frontage standards, there are dimensional standards that would have to be met, and an unimproved right-of-way at this point would not allow for a subdivision the way it stands now for more lots. A lot would have to be improved in that capacity. I think the question would become what future development means to Mr. Jaffe, whether that's single family home or duplex or multifamily, or what kind of use would be proposed. That would dictate the process as well, potentially require rezoning. The RCD would still be in place, and the distance from the stream would still be applicable. The modifications requested by South Columbia Street Annex would not impact the RCD regulations for his property. It's specifically a modification to the South Columbia Street Annex property. So RCD would still be evaluated as part of any development proposal that he would have in the future, and it would still be held to the same standards of any other development. I believe the R2 floor area ratio is quite low. It doesn't apply to single family in the same way. If it was commercial, the site would be extremely limited from a square footage standpoint. And again, subdivision for more lots, if that's what is being referenced to, would need access and need many other site components in order to be approved. And as mentioned before, these have very steep slopes surrounding the stream. I don't know the full evaluation of Mr. Jaffe's property, but I imagine there are a lot of site constraints there.
Okay. I've heard from several council members that they're would rather see this come in conjunction with the overall development project to understand the complexities and to understand the overall viewpoint. I'm not sure how that would work process-wise. Since we've opened this hearing, I guess we could continue it to another date, or I don't know what we can do since we have officially opened it. So it is opened. Amy's shaking her head no, but it is. When we noticed it, we opened it, it's open. So you're muted.
I thought we were voting to open it tonight.
No, it was already noticed. So when we just put it on the agenda, it's considered opening the public hearing.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, I would certainly be in favor of scheduling this so that it comes to us for a decision after we've made a decision on the Columbia Annex property.
Other council members?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just curious about. I'm just curious about our town attorney's take if we can how we can handle this if we want to pair this with the or pair it in some way with the development application.
Attorney Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. I may have appeared on screen a little too soon. I was anticipating a question about continuing it. I think if it's an item that has been opened, the continuation at this point is the right move. And in fact, it was something I was going to suggest anyway, because there was a suggestion throughout the discussion of bringing someone back at the next hearing to continue to discuss details. And if that was going to be the case, then opening and closing in the same evening would of course cause a problem for the 24-hour notice. So continue it. If it has been opened, then continuation to the appropriate time. And I think, is it November 4th is what was discussed? It would probably be the earliest discussion time. I mean, continuation of the hearing for that.
And if we weren't prepared on November 4th, because that'll be the first public hearing on the other project, could we then continue it to that next date as well on November 4th if we weren't ready to reach a conclusion?
Yes, but I would ask Ms. Harvey to weigh in on whether it would need to be continued or whether the typical protocol for the town is to continue it, is to call it back up to be continued at each successive meeting. If that's not the case, then I would choose a date after the 4th to which to continue it. And she knows the schedule, of course, much better than I. So, and what's coming up.
Ms. Harvey?
So you could continue it to November 4th and at that point decide if you wanted to close the public hearing so that you could make a decision at the December 9th meeting, or also continue it on to the meeting that would coincide with the Columbia Street Annex.
Does that sound agreeable to council, that we have a proposal to continue this public hearing to November 4th at this point, and we can make a decision at that point whether it continues on again? And that we've requested more information to understand better where the RCD is on these properties, what Mr. Jaffe's options would be for redevelopment, and how it affects all of that, I guess, traffic and everything else. Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, and also to, I think the Purefoy alignment, just to get some comment from our traffic people about what that would entail would also be helpful.
Okay.
May I make one more comment, Mayor?
Yes, please.
I would just suggest that another topic for potential exploration is what Mr. Roberts mentioned, which is the developers, the applicants' take on what would need to be done to undo the process should the development not go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Jess Anderson.
There are two of us now. That's true.
Yeah, I tried to do Attorney Anderson and Ms. Anderson. We'll see.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I agree with this idea going forward. I'm just wondering if there's a way we can ensure in the future that we have these, like that we have the more holistic view and that we don't get piecemeal things, and make sure that we're doing our kind of traffic engineering in line with our planning and combining those a little better. I'm just wondering if there are ways to avoid doing this again, or is this just kind of something we're going to have to do, and then we're going to have to line it up with the public hearings for the development?
That would be a question to our manager and planning staff, I think.
Yeah, Councilmember Anderson, I think one of the things that's different about this project is obviously the closing of the street is tied to a project. And that's unusual. Many times it's not. And so I think that in the future, we can make sure that as we are developing, as we receive these types of requests that are tied to a specific, potentially tied to a specific project, that we can make sure that they are aligned and are brought to the council at the same time for consideration and discussion.
I think that would be great. Thank you, Maurice.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Parker, would you be willing to make a motion for us, please?
Yes, I move that we continue the hearing on this matter till November 4th.
And ask for all the subsequent information to come back?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's going to be part of the project review.
And it was seconded by Ms. Anderson. Is that what I heard? Yes. Okay. I need a roll call vote. I will give you a heads up that Mr. Nguyen has felt ill, but he didn't wish to be excused, so he will count as an aye vote if whatever we vote. So any comments that haven't been shared? All right. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor votes, oh, did I hear from you? Yeah. Mayor votes aye as well, so motion is unanimous. Thank you very much. We will continue this public hearing till November 4th. All right. Thank you. That brings us to item number 13. Consider an application for special use permit, Christ Community Church at 141 Irwin Road. Ms. McDonald.
Yes, hello. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Mr. Jaffe, can you mute yourself or log out, please? Thank you. Oop.
All right, everyone can see my presentation?
Yes.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky McDonald. I'm a planner in the planning department. And tonight we have a special use permit for Christ Community Church, which is located at 141 Irwin Road. And I have 7 sites. I'll just take about 5 minutes. So tonight we recommend that you close the public hearing and consider enacting Resolution A, which would approve the special use permit. This is the final step in the special use permit process for this project. The public hearing for this item was held on September 9th, and tonight is the business meeting to consider action. These are the 4 findings that council must make to approve an SUP. There was a public comment at the last meeting that these findings were summarized in the previous slide, so we're including the full text here from the land use management ordinance, and it's also in your packet as well. And just to remind you all, give you a little overview of the project. It's at 141 Irwin Road, which is at the corner of Irwin and Old Oxford Roads. It's a little less than 3 acres and it's zoned residential 2. The surrounding uses are almost entirely residential, with the parcel to the south is currently vacant. There is no rezoning associated with this project because a place of worship is a permitted use in these residential zoning districts. The development that's proposed is an 11,000 square foot place of worship, Christ Community Church. There would be 117 parking spaces with stormwater control underneath the parking lot. There's 2 entrances proposed off of Irwin and Old Oxford, and as well as some street improvements. Bike lanes would be installed along Irwin and sidewalks along both streets. And if you remember from the last meeting, the applicant is also requesting several modifications that need to be approved by the council. And I went over those in detail at the last meeting, but if there are further questions or any clarification needed about those, I'd be happy to discuss them more. I did want to provide another update since the public hearing. We've included some additional stormwater information in your packet. about that proposed discharge point on the adjacent property to the south. So to summarize that, the outlet pipe, which you can see in red, is designed to let water out from that stormwater facility that's under the parking lot in a controlled, slow manner. And the applicant has reached an agreement with that property owner to the south to accept that stormwater. And by doing so, that applicant or that property owner would have to demonstrate compliance with the land use management ordinance, section 5, at the time that they development or that they develop. And that basically states that post-development flow can't exceed pre-development flow along with the other standard stormwater requirements in the LUMO. But so stipulation 7, which the question was about, basically clarifies what happens depending on which parcel ends up being developed first. So if Christ Community Church does end up being developed first, then that outfall location would have to be relocated onto the Christ Community Church property to be outside of the setback. And so that's all I have for tonight. Our recommendation again is to close the public hearing and consider enacting resolution A. And the applicant is also here. And I'm not sure if he has a presentation, but we are both here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McDonald. I'm a little confused because I thought we've already closed the public hearing. This is a decision item tonight. We still take public comment, but we officially closed the public hearing last time.
So this is a special use permit. I'm not sure, maybe town attorney, Ms. Anderson.
I just want to make sure we're correct because I know it's different and we're all learning how it's different in the virtual world.
Yes, I keep getting confused with the conditional zoning versus SUPs.
So, yeah, the difference is the quasi-judicial nature of this proceeding. It's called a public hearing in the statute. The nature of it is different in that it's evidentiary and quasi-judicial. So on Mr. Carpanos's advice, the only matters is my understanding and what I've reviewed in the files is the only matters that are being subjected to the 24-hour additional period are those that are legislative.
Okay.
And therefore that are truly public hearings. Now there's the same terminology is being used in the ordinance. That is true, but that is the interpretation that that council.
So we would have to make
the town attorney made to staff, and so that is the distinction between the legislative hearings that you have been hearing before.
So we would have to have 2 motions this evening, 1 to close or not close the public hearing, and 2 to approve, not approve the application.
Yeah, and we may have this discussion again on the next item on the agenda, but it'll be a different one. So
okay.
That's the reason.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, does the applicant have anything else to share or update us on?
Madam Mayor and members of council, I just want to speak for 1 minute. That is, we meet the 4 findings. We're really gratified that the manager agrees with us. We're delighted to have the strong support of the 5 advisory boards that we met with. Christ Church has been a vital member of Chapel Hill for over 15 years, and they are really excited about the idea of being able to worship on this site. So I hope you'll share that enthusiasm. And the church supports Resolution A and asks you to adopt it tonight. So that's the end of my statement, and appreciate your consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you. Council members, are there clarifying questions before we hear from the public? We do have members of the public signed up to speak. Ms. Ryan, you're muted. You're still muted.
No, I get it. So the Planning Commission had requested a 20-foot buffer on either side of the realigned property boundary. And you still requesting a shared boundary there. Can you speak to that?
Well, the ordinance requires a 20-foot buffer, and we think the most efficient way is to do it the way we're proposing it, and that is to have it shared 10 feet on either side. As you know, we're shifting this property line, and one of the main goals of that was there's a stand of hardwoods there, and by shifting the property line and creating the buffer where we're showing it, we get to preserve a very nice group of very nice hardwood trees. And so at the end of the day, we'll end up with a full 20-foot buffer, 10 feet on either side. I think I'll have to look back at the planning board. I mean, the planning board recommended approval of this development and resolution A as it's written. There was some discussion about the buffer, but the plan. I just want everybody to understand that they unanimously recommended adoption and approval of resolution A. But I can look back and see what the comment was about the buffer.
Yeah, they did recommend it, but they recommended it with stipulations. So they did have some conditions on that approval. And I think am I right that the buffer would basically be buffering 2 parking lots?
Well, of course, our parking lot is set back much greater distance than the buffer. What the buffer does is guarantee, at least on our side of the site, and I don't know exactly what will happen on the Summit side, but on our side of the site, it not only guarantees that there'll be, by your site approval tonight, that the 10-foot buffer on our side will be mature trees, but also we're saving mature trees even beyond that. I think our closest point of our parking lot is around 30 feet. And now we won't have exactly 30 feet of trees, but we'll have well over 20 feet of mature trees on the south side of our parking lots. That'll be sustained.
So are you saying that you would have to take out trees to install a buffer?
No, ma'am. Okay. The buffer is designed, and on our plan, our landscaping plan, our buffer there is achieved by preserving the existing mature trees. So we're not doing any supplemental planting because we meet the buffer standards with the trees and vegetation that we're preserving.
Okay, and I guess that I'm confused then why, if you've already got basically the 20 feet of buffer, why you only officially want to have 10 feet on your property?
Well, as you've just heard, we have this little conundrum where Becky showed you the possibility of the pipe connection if Summit's there, and so that's very clear. If Summit is not there, we need to discharge this water outside the buffer, and we haven't designed that, but we want to have some working room there. It won't involve removal of trees, but we don't want to be encumbered by the buffer as we discharge this water. So it's really just in the discharge point there, that one very narrow corridor where we need to exhaust. And we simply meet the ordinance by having the full shared buffer. So we just think we're in conjunction with the ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is 2 properties would both have a 20-foot buffer on either side.
Well, that won't, if we provide the 20 feet, then Summit would not have to do anything. So,
is that true? Becky, that's true. Okay. Okay. So I was misunderstanding that part of it then. I guess that so Summit would be required. Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll hear from our public. Mr. Parker is going to call 2 people in at a time. We welcome your comments, and I think there's several people signed up to speak.
Yes, we have a number of people. We have Harvey Krasny followed by Michael Hoppe. And I believe Mr. Krasny is on the phone.
Yes, can everyone hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. I'd like to reiterate once again my deepest concern for and opposition to the construction of any development of a house of worship or an institutional structure at this site. 1, this house of worship will bring to an inordinate amount of traffic to this community. I believe the traffic study is extremely undervalued due to obtaining an account during the Easter holiday period when students and faculty are away. 2, this house of worship and its large impervious surface parking lot will only bring more stormwater to a neighborhood, Old Oxford, already plagued for years with repeated flooding of yards. And 3, this house of worship will bring a structure 4 to 5 stories high that will tower over any of the 578 1 to 2 story residential homes in the surrounding community. And last but not least, in order to approve the church's SUP, the church must comply with 4 findings, 2 of which are: finding, be located, designed, and operated so as to maintain or enhance the value of contiguous property. Given these aforementioned 3 facts, I fail to see how this town could honestly say that a house of worship will not lower the property value of homes in the neighborhood. It's plain common sense. And respectfully, I ask each of you on our town council whether you would be able to cheerfully welcome in a building and parking lot of this size and proportion directly next door to or across the street from your home, that which possibly represents your greatest investment that you will make in your lifetime. And finding, conform to the general plans for the physical development of the town as embodied in the LUMO and amended 2020 comprehensive plan. The 2020 land use map clearly shows the overall neighborhood where the church wishes to build as being all low density residential. This house of worship is not a residence. I and my fellow homeowners brought into the surrounding neighborhood and community with a full knowledge, understanding, and reliance that the area would remain zoned, occupied, and maintained in appearance as an all-residential destination in our town. I therefore ask the town to please honor this prior commitment to us and not permit the use of this site for other than a pure, low-density residential use, which would be consistent with the use of the surrounding 7 all-residential subdivisions. We homeowners have the right to expect the quiet enjoyment and use of our home and property, and that the immediate adjacent property will remain as such for low-density residential use only, instead of being converted by an outside party into the institutional use, no matter how noble and righteous its cause may be. I respectfully ask the council, please consider denying this application. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Michael Hoppe followed by Rebecca Smith.
So Mr. Hoppe is not apparently present, so if you could call the next 2 folks and if he shows up, thank you.
Rebecca Smith followed by Emily Johnson.
Good evening, all. Thank you for hearing me out. I live in Windhover Drive, in the Windhover subdivision. And as you've heard me speak before, you pretty much know what I'm going to say. But with my colleague, Michael Hoppe, he and I carried around a petition in our neighborhood. And I'll just read you the 5 points. And you should have received this as part of your packet. We also shared this information that what we were doing with other neighborhoods. So I don't know what the other neighborhoods did because only one contacted me back. But so you may have gotten other information that looks similar from other homeowner groups. Basically what we are asking you to deny the SUP because we have 5 major reasons. We want to preserve the quality, the character, the value of our neighborhoods that are zoned low density residential. We fear that the SUP for the Christ Community Church will set a precedent for the other mixed use developments to encroach on our neighborhood, such as the Marriott Hotel Summit property next door. Number 3, we consider the size and height of the proposed main building of the project to be significantly out of character with the surrounding 1-family homes that are a maximum of 2 stories. 4th, we feel endangered by the projected increased traffic flow, in particular at the already dangerous intersection of Irwin Road, Old Oxford, and Windhover Drive. Windhover Drive and Old Oxford, by the way, I don't know if you've gone out to see the site, but it's almost directly across from each other, but there's a little zigzag there. And it's already a very dangerous intersection because of the curve of Irwin coming around. And it's dicey now, let alone with this project there. And lastly, we are afraid that the stormwater runoff, and despite the developer's assurances, will worsen and put homes below the proposed project at greater risk of damage. And I'd like to tell you that the petition that I submitted via email to y'all reflected the hours that Michael Hoppy and myself went around and collected people that wanted to support it. And we urged them to come talk to you tonight too, but how many were able for other reasons, I don't know at this point. But our petition had 49 signatures. 47 were from Windhover Drive and Windhover Place, and 2 were from Old Oxford Road. Thank you and good evening, and hope you consider what we've presented to you tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, Emily Johnson, followed by Scott Radway.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I am actually Becky and Michael's neighbour. I am a homeowner on Windover Drive. I'd also, I signed the petition that Becky was talking about, Becky Smith, and to ask you to deny the application for a special use permit. The land in question, it's an environmental buffer, not just for downstream, from down the hill from the other side. It's an environmental buffer. It absorbs all the storm water coming off the hill. It's also a buffer for us coming up for development coming up, you know, from that intersection. I'm afraid that if, you know, this church goes in, something else in a couple of years' time, the remaining Summit property, some other another special use permit for another mixed use or another development that's not low density residential will, you know, come in, and the development is coming up further and further up the hill from a very densely developed intersection there in 15501. I take my children to across, so I use the down from heading, I drive out onto Irwin Road, down the hill to 15501 and cross over to Ephesus Elementary. That intersection is already very heavy, and, you know, I take the U-turn back, you know, so you're driving up 15501, take the U-turn to turn around to go back up Irwin Road. That's already quite heavy, and it's, you know, it's quieter now during the pandemic, but it's very, it takes multiple cycles. When we're, you know, once we get over the pandemic, it'll be multiple cycles to get through that light, to turn around, to get back up the hill. It's becoming very densely developed up on our hill, coming up this way up towards, you know, Old Oxford, Windover, and just our neighborhood is changing. It's not, I'm afraid it's not going to be low density residential, and that's pretty much it. So just the environmental impact for further downhill, down into Booker Creek. Everybody remembers, you know, what happened to the East Gate. You know, we have to have a very progressive, I think, a view of, you know, especially, you know, environmentally speaking, we need to try not to develop every single square inch except for low density residential, and just the traffic pressure is just too much on that intersection from Old Oxford going down the hill all the way down to 15501. It's just too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoppy has now joined us, Mr. Parker, so you can call him in the rotation at some point.
Okay, so will you have Scott Radway, and then we can be followed by Michael Hoppy.
Thank you.
I'm here. Can you hear my voice?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. Again, I only have 2 pieces to talk about. One is the stormwater, where the property owner of the piece immediately to the south is fully aware and does agree and has worked with the applicant for the church and understands the stormwater discharge relationship. And so I believe maybe about 6 months ago, the property owner indicated agreement to being fully responsible for that stormwater as it comes onto that site, and letting it come onto the site and be handled in accordance with all the town's rules. The other part, which is a little bit about the buffer, is that the buffer alignment does a number of things, but what it actually does at the most, I guess, outside push of this is because we are able to swap land pieces, we are also just able to swap portions of each site that has a better way to save more trees. And it's not necessarily visible in that fashion on either sets of drawings, but if you looked in detail at the tree protection area and the amount of property that rolls from one side to the other, but back onto the church site, they have an opportunity to see more to keep more existing trees on their plan back in what would be the southwest corner of their property. So it's a benefit in several different ways. And so we support the application as it's drawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Hoppy, followed by Margot Ginsburg.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
This is Michael Hopper. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. So today I'll be brief since I have talked about my objections to the project before. Number one, I call upon you, the town council and the mayor, even beg you to deny SUP to Christ Community Church. In fact, I implore you to keep the zoning low density residential, as we have emphasized many times before. And please do not set a precedent by giving the project an SUP. The Summit developer are waiting in the wings. How will you be able to deny them an SUP? And once they have got a permit, you not only have then the church, but also the merit expansion and the resulting heightened risk of stormwater flooding below and traffic all around. In other words, protect the existing neighborhood from encroachment by non-residential projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Margot Ginsburg, and I believe that is the last person who wished.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear and see? Can you hear me?
We can hear and see you.
Excellent. I am the vice president of the HOA here in Irwin Village. We would be facing our street here at Irwin Village, McGregor Drive, would be facing the second exit from the church building on Irwin Road, creating another secondary four-way intersection, increasing the hazards of traffic turning left and right from down Irwin Road between the light at Weaver Dairy and then the large intersection, the complex intersection with Irwin and Dobbins and 15501. And I think all of our fellow neighbors have stated all of the concerns regarding traffic, stormwater, and I wanted to let you also know that we collected 39 signatures here from residents in the Irwin Village, imploring you to deny this special use permit, and out of abundance of caution and concern in setting a dangerous precedent for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is everyone.
Okay. I'll bring it back to council now. Council comments. Ms. Ryan?
I hear and appreciate the neighbors' concerns about the character of their neighborhood. Chapel Hill for a long time has considered religious houses of worship as congruent with the character of single-family neighborhoods. We've allowed them for a very long time in low density. So I think that they are, they're part of the town's tradition of welcoming religious institutions into our neighborhoods. Again, with I think that the stormwater issue, I think is going to be managed by town ordinance. They have to manage it. They can't be making it worse downstream than it is today. And I think that the traffic being mostly on Sundays and kind of counter-cyclical to the normal school business traffic cycles, I think will actually not have as great an impact as people are worrying about. So I would support this project. The Planning Commission had one other small stipulation. Right now, the applicant has they have a variance for the buffer or a modification for the buffer about a shed that's there, and that if they ever move the shed, that they take it out of the buffer. So it's like, I see Phil's got his thumb up. So
yes, we supported that at the planning board, and if that's a modification, we certainly accept that. We told the planning board that too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Others? Ms. Stegman?
I just mostly want to echo Ms. Ryan's comments. She made most of the points I wanted to make, but also just to add, I'm hearing from the public comments just a fear that approval of this would lead to approval of other adjacent projects, and just to sort of reassure that that's not the case. That's not how it works. This is not even a rezoning. So just to say that it's not a slippery slope situation. So I just wanted to kind of respond to that, but I mainly agree with Ms. Ryan.
Okay. Ms. Gu?
Well, I think that when this project is first proposed, I think my main concern is about the stormwater. And I think that I have requested the stormwater advisory boards to review this project. And it seems like the mitigation plan that has been brought forward by the applicant seems, I mean, from both our staff and from the stormwater advisory board seems to be satisfactory. So I think feel like I'm assured on that regard. So the only thing that I feel, if it's possible, would be, I don't know, that if we need that many number of parking spaces, our town, I mean, that's the direction that we're going, is trying to reduce the number of unnecessary parking spaces so that we can reduce the amount of impervious spaces and lessen the impact of the stormwater. So I'm hoping, if that is any possibility, that we can reduce the number of unnecessary parking spaces. I think that will be an improvement. With regard to traffic, I agree with the Councilwoman Ryan just mentioned. I think this traffic is only on the weekend, and it's not at the same time as other peak hours of the traffic in that area. So I think I'm less concerned on that regard. But I think this impervious surface and the unnecessary parking spaces, there are several that I have engaged in several discussions, and there are people have different opinions on that, but I'm hoping that if that is anything possible, the developer is able to consider, I'm hoping that we can reduce the number of unnecessary parking spaces and reduce the impervious surface parking.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, I'll just add, I know that we've seen other proposals for this site that were much more dense, and I'm feeling like this might be a better fit for the community. Church is low use, and I support some comments that Ms. Ryan already made on this. I know stormwater is a huge concern in this area, and I'm convinced too that they will mitigate that and actually be better in the area. Traffic, again, it's counter-cyclical to other things going on there. And I think the height is only relevant for the extra that we were supposed to, for the cupola or whatever it's called on the top, making that. But I understand when people are concerned about things being built, but we have allowed religious institutions to be in communities. We've seen it work well in other communities. We've seen houses right up against them. This one actually has bordered two sides by a road, and then only one side by a house, the other side by a property between them and the, I guess, the Marriott there. So I'm feeling like this is one of the best proposals that could come here at this site. We talk about our missing middle, we talk about density, we talk about development. The whole region is developing very, very quickly. We can't stop it. We can only choose what it looks like when it comes. So we work very hard to try to find fits and be respectful. So that being said, is there a motion out there? The first step would be to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
I need a second from someone. It has to be verbal, sorry.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson, and I was miscorrect in my statement before. If you are not up here connected virtually, you do not count as a vote. So Mr. Nguyen will not be counting as a vote this evening since he is signed off. So you have to be present to count. Roll call vote on closing the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Voinsey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Motion to close passes.
I move resolution A. I think that's what we need.
Yeah.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Ryan. Do you have a question?
No, just can we, a friendly amendment to include the stipulation about the shed if it moves out of the buffer, that it not be replaced in the buffer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that friendly? Okay. So it's been moved by Mr.
Second.
Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Any discussion that hasn't had before? All right, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye as well. Motion passes 7-0. So thank you very much. We look forward to you continuing to have good conversations with the neighboring communities as you develop your project.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That brings us to item number 14. Consider an application for special use permit, minor modification, Charterwood at 1701 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Give me just a second to share my screen and get this started. All right, can you see that correctly?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Michael Sudol with the Chapel Hill Planning Department. Tonight, I am bringing back to you an application for a special use permit modification, requesting an extension to the construction completion date for the Charterwood special use permit. I have 8 slides and it'll take just about 5 minutes to present this. A recommendation before you tonight is to adopt Resolution A, extending the construction completion date to June 25th, 2022. The application before you is considered a special use permit modification. This isn't a frequently occurring type of modification. It is only to modify the required construction completion date, which is a deadline prescribed in the ordinance and in the special use permit that was originally approved. This request is to extend the deadline by 24 months, and the town manager has already issued an allowable 1-year administrative extension, which expired as of June 25th this year. This is where we are in the process. The item has been evaluated by town staff and the Planning Commission and came before you at the public hearing on September 9th. It's now back before you for action. No additional comments were received since the public hearing, aside from a letter that was emailed out to you shortly before the meeting this evening. Here's an aerial view of the site showing its location near the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard running north to south and Weaver Dairy Road running east to west. At the time the photo was taken, the northern portion of the site was under construction and is now complete. As such, the request only pertains to completion of construction on the southern portion of the site shown here in yellow. The approved special use permit was granted on September 24th, 2012. Development was approved for 7 buildings and 278,000 square feet of floor area, the majority of which is completed, as I noted on the last slide. The current mixed-use village and residential 1 zoning will remain unchanged. So to recap, the special use permit expired as of June 25th, and that expiration will remain in effect unless this extension is granted, and the town manager has already granted the administrative 1-year extension. It's important to note that a concept plan was recently brought forward proposing to convert commercial space at this site to residential, but that is not part of this application. So once again, the recommendation before you tonight is to adopt Resolution A, extending the construction completion date to June 25th, 2022. I'm available to answer any clarifying questions now, and I believe the applicant is also here able to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, are there clarifying questions? I'm going to ask the applicant, who's here from the applicant.
I'm trying to confirm who is here. I'm actually not seeing Mr. Rushley's name on here.
I know that they're only asking about the extension, but considering that things have shifted quite a bit during COVID, and especially with banks, and I know that's what's proposed here, is there an opportunity to have a discussion with them about reduction of impervious surface or modeling? I mean, we're having several of our branch banks closed down because they're doing things differently and they're not putting in, but I just didn't know if there was an opportunity at all to have a discussion with the applicant about that.
I believe at a previous meeting, the applicant had mentioned that they were open to that discussion. Unfortunately, I am not seeing the applicant online at this point. And so I'm unaware if they will be able to speak. And I apologize for that. I'm sure if they're having connection difficulties or not.
All right. Mr. Parker, has anyone signed up to speak on this item?
No one has.
Okay. Council, I bring it back to you. I think at some point we should have a discussion as well about maybe giving the manager the authority to approve an extension for an additional year or a second time. This seems like an interesting process, but we can talk about that another time. Ms. Ryan?
To your question about having a discussion with them about the impervious surface, is that something we should continue this and wait till the applicant comes back and can discuss that with them?
I'm open to that. I just would like to hear, I don't know if council is aware, they've proposed, there's 5 lanes proposed to come through and a lot of parking spaces, and we just don't know that that's all needed. They've talked about value engineering this project, so I'd like to hear what that means as well. If they're moving away from what was approved, just to hear what it is. But
again, I would be supportive if we can continue until they could come and talk to us about that.
Ms. Gu?
I just want to echo that. I think I would like to hear about their justifications for the need for that number of parking spaces as well. Especially, I think, like given all the things that has been changed, the way that people do banking and all these things that have changed. I mean, even though because they're requesting an extension, so I think it's legit for us to ask those questions given the new situations on the ground.
Anderson?
Agree.
All right. Well, would someone like to make Mr. Parker?
Is the suggestion that we decline to give them the extension tonight pending that discussion?
Yeah, that we don't decline it. We just move, we continue this discussion.
That's what I mean. We just don't vote on it.
Yeah, we don't vote on it. We don't decline it. We just don't.
I mean, I personally can't, I wouldn't support that. I don't like holding people hostage. This is a ministerial matter essentially, and then using it as a lever to reopen an SUP seems just bargaining in bad faith. We can have that discussion when they come back around the SUP modification for the conversion of commercial to residential. But I don't think this is the way we want to do business as a town. When somebody comes in with a relatively straightforward request to extend the time to do a project and then use that leverage to try to get them to make changes to a project that was long approved.
So I hear you. I see it differently. I'm not trying to use it as a lever. I'd like just to hear what they're thinking, just to see what it is, because they didn't show up to hear tonight. I would have liked to have heard what they had to say. And things have changed. So, Ms. Gu?
Well, I think the fact that this procedure is brought forward to the council, that means that the council has the authority to evaluate the situation. Otherwise, it can just be approved by our town manager or our staff. The fact that it is bringing forward, that means it requires discretion from the council. I think what we're doing is we see that there is updated, at least some updated information will be needed. I think we're requesting that. I do not see anything wrong with this.
Ms. Ryan?
I'd like to make a motion that we continue this, and I don't know which date would be appropriate for that.
You could pick October 28th or November 4th.
Amy Harvey, is there I guess the 28th, I don't see any reason to drag it out.
28th, sorry, Amy and I have been conversing. The 28th would be appropriate.
Okay.
We can bring it back then.
There's a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Anderson to extend the decision to October 28th in hopes of hearing back from the applicant. Any discussion that hasn't been had? All right, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Nay.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyensee.
Nay.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said nay.
Hey, sorry, I couldn't say it was yay or nay. I couldn't say nay. Okay. Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Nay.
Mayor says yay, so the motion passes 4-3. So it will come back to us on October 28th. And Mr. Sudol, can you ask the applicant to be able to,
Yes,
they want
I
to
will.
share it ahead of time and email what their thoughts are and just to come share with us? That would be great. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item number 15, open the public hearing, land use management ordinance text amendment, table 3.7-1, use matrix, self-storage facility conditioned. Mr. Lohman again.
It is me again. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Once again, I will be with you for the next 2 items on the agenda. I will share my screen and we can get started with this item. Okay, now you see it in full presenter mode. All right. So what you have before you, as just mentioned, is a land use management ordinance text amendment specifically related to section 3.7 of the code, which is our use matrix. And this application is from Adam Golden on behalf of NR Edge Property Owner LLC, which is the owner developer of Caraway Village. And so where we are in the process for tonight is the application was submitted to us for staff review. We have gone through that review. Council called this public hearing on September 9th. And in the meantime, Planning Commission reviewed the proposal, and now it is before you tonight for the public hearing. And what's expected after this evening would be to close this public hearing and potentially take action on November 4th. I do have only 6 slides in it, and it should take just about 5 minutes to run through this. And so what we do recommend is that council open the public hearing, receive comment tonight on this text amendment, and then close the public hearing. Again, allowing for public comment for the next 24 hours as we are in the midst of this season and virtual hearings. And I do have the email address on the screen. Comments can be sent to mayor and council at townofchapelhill.org. And then we do ask that council make a motion to schedule the proposed action for November 4th. A quick overview of what is being proposed tonight. And you will have noticed that this item and the next are somewhat related. Caraway Village is currently seeking modifications to their existing special use permit. And one of those modifications is to allow a new use, which is self-storage. That use was not in existence in 2015. It wasn't something allowed in the town at the time of the original special use permit. And currently self-storage facilities are allowed only in the Office Institutional 2 district and the LICZD or light industrial conditional zoning districts. What has been requested for tonight is allowing this use in planned mixed use developments as a special use, which Caraway Village is a planned development, specifically a mixed use development. And so one of the notes about that is uses in a planned development are dictated by the planned development, not the underlying zoning. Underlying zoning, which is Caraway Village is currently comprised of, does not dictate these uses. It is specifically this planned mixed use development. And so to relay the impacts of this proposal for self-storage facilities, it is specifically being asked as a special use, not a permitted use by right in planned development mixed use. So that would mean that any current existing planned development or future existing planned mixed use development would need to come back before council for approval. Since it is a special use permit, any existing planned development would not automatically be granted this use. And we did have a question from council earlier this week on how many planned mixed use developments are there in town. So there wasn't a great tracking mechanism that we had in the office for that, since it isn't technically a zoning district, but what the planning department did was dive deep into the last 10, 15 years of special use permits and look at those individually. And we came up that there are approximately four existing planned mixed-use developments. One of those is Caraway. One is the existing Bridgepoint special use permit, and that hasn't been built, and they're pursuing a conditional zoning at this time. One is the Cosgrove Hill near Dobbins Drive that was built out, and also the front portion of Charterwood at 1701 North that's in the mixed use village district. Those are the planned developments that we have in town right now. So I did want to relay that. One thing to keep in mind also is that the special regulations as part of the land use management ordinance specific to conditioned self-storage facilities would still apply. So all of those restrictions would still be applicable in any proposal for conditioned self-storage. And the last impact that I will note is that if this text amendment is not adopted, then Caraway Village would not move forward with that specific modification that they're requesting in conjunction with this. So what does that look like? What we proposed physically in the ordinance is simply adding an S to the use table under planned development mixed use. That is the change that is proposed for this evening. And again, we recommend that council open the public hearing on this and receive comment, allowing for comment up to 24 hours after the hearing is closed tonight, and that you make a motion to schedule the proposed action on this item for November 4th. I will be glad to answer clarifying questions. Adam Golden is here on behalf of the applicant to answer questions as well.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
Yeah, this is a question for Jake. There is a development making its way through the process at 1200 MLK, which also, is asking for conditioned self-storage. Does what we're doing tonight, what we may do tonight, Would that have any bearing or impact on that project anyway?
That's a bit different of a proposal. I know what they're asking for a planned development housing, which would not be applicable in this instance. In their conditioned self-storage, it would be part of a rezoning that's taking place. So the adoption of this amendment, unless they chose to change their path in their application, would not have an impact on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? All right, anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? We have a raised hand, Mr. Parker.
Chad Lowe would like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Madam Mayor and the council, my name is Chad Love. I'm the president of the HOA of the Ramsley subdivision across the street, across Eubanks Road from Caraway Village. We've been watching all the development very closely as we have continued to build homes, and apartments are popping up. We've got a great little residential area here in North Chapel Hill. We have been trying to monitor what's going on from the time of the beautiful renderings that were given a few years ago of what Caraway Village, was dreamt to be, to what we're looking at now. And we're concerned that, we all understand it's been a tough time. We understand the pandemic has put a kink in development plans. We may not get what we thought originally, but we want to make sure that we're reaching high for what's going to be in place. It is the first thing that people see coming into Chapel Hill, this development area. And what we keep hearing is self-storage and gas stations and go-kart tracks and things of that nature. And it really, to me, just seems like, a stretch. It seems like we're grasping at what we can get right now, which may be a little bit short-sighted. And I just hope that everyone thinks a little bit long-term about the residents on the north side of Chapel Hill, what we see every day, how the traffic impacts our families and our children, and everything else that's going on here, and takes that all into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that Mr. Love appears to be the only person wishing to speak on this matter.
Okay. I do believe that Adam Golden may want to make a statement on behalf of the applicant.
Okay, Mr. Golden.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Adam Golden, I'm a vice president with NR Edge property owner and Northwood Raven. I guess on this piece of our proposal, I would I think the only thing I would add to Jake's presentation would be that we are specifically only asking for this use on block G of the project, which is the northwesternmost edge of the project. It is north of the park and ride facility. It is 900 feet from Eubanks Road. It's barely visible. In fact, there won't be much visibility from Eubanks just because of the location. And this is the only location that we are proposing this use. So my only comment at this point.
Thank you. Okay, back to council members. Ms. Gu.
Well, can I ask a clarification question? Because I think I probably haven't get that during the presentation. Yeah. So what is the impact of doing this change? Is that only applied to this Caraway Village, or does that have more broader implications for other planned development?
I can speak to that. So this text amendment would not affect the existing planned developments that have been established. And it would not automatically grant conditioned self-storage as used for future planned developments either. Since it is proposed as a special use, it would be before council, no matter what, to evaluate that use at the site designated as if it meets the intent of the ordinance, it meets all of the findings, and it's an appropriate use for sites proposed. So it does not have an immediate impact on what is existing at this time for planned developments.
So does it mean that if we approved this text amendment, does that mean that we approved this storage place for Caraway Village? It does not imply that either.
It does not. That would be part of the next hearing item, is where that those findings would be made and that discussion would happen. So it does not automatically approve the proposal for Caraway.
Okay, so it's just the adding this amendment, just adding this possibility, like can consider that, doesn't imply any automatic approval of any project at this time.
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Parker, is there a motion?
Yes, funnily enough. I move that we close the public hearing at 11:59 on October 8th after receiving comments for 24 hours and continue it to November 4th, I believe. Did I get all that right?
Ms. Attorney Anderson, is that correct?
So excuse me, if the intent is to allow the 24-hour period under the virtual meeting statute, then I would close it tonight so that the 24 hours begins running at this meeting, and then you take it up for consideration at the next meeting, if that's the intent. If the intent is to continue with a hearing the next meeting, then
No.
okay.
Okay.
Then I would close it tonight.
Can you restate your motion then, please?
Yeah, I move that we close the public hearing and continue and then retake up the item on November 4th.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Anderson. Any comments that haven't already been shared? Okay, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. Before we move to the next item, I want to make sure that the people who are here, because the hour is getting late and because we have some other things to finish, we're going to move the concept plan for the MSC building to the next meeting on October 28th. So just want to make sure that if people are signed up to speak or waiting to see that item, that they hear that we are going to move that item to October 28th. We're going to have to juggle a few more things around on our agendas, but we don't really want to start a discussion or concept plan at 11 o'clock at night on an important issue such as that. And so anyway, just want to make sure you heard that, and we'll announce it again as we get there. So that brings us to item number 15. Open the public hearing, land use management ordinance text amendment, table 3. Sorry, that's the one we just did. Open the public hearing, number 16, limited scope special use permit modification, Caraway Village, 3000 Eubanks Road. Sorry.
Well, once again, good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Jake Lohman, current development planner for the town of Chapel Hill. I will make the presentation for the special use permit modification for Caraway Village. All right. So I do have just 6 slides and should again take 5 minutes just to run through this proposal. So we do have a proposed modification from NR Edge Property Owner LLC, again, proposed by Adam Golden, who's also here with a presentation of his own to follow up mine. And so I want to share where we are in the process for this modification. So back in early March, the town council resolved to limit the scope of this modification specific to 5 requests of the applicant. And after that adoption, staff did evaluate the application We did report to advisory boards, specifically the Community Design Commission and the Planning Commission, as limited in that the scope of this modification. And now we are before you tonight to open the public hearing and present to you. And we propose, since this is a special use permit process, to continue the public hearing until November 4th, and as would be a normal special use permit. So what we recommend is open the public hearing, receive comment tonight, and continue the public hearing to November 4th. And again, just a reminder, the limit of scope for this was adopted on March 4th, and it pertains to items specifically to adjusting the permitted uses, to piggyback off of what we just heard from the text amendment, also to adjust regulations for commercial sign thresholds and limitations, and also consideration for the termination of public street A that is off of Eubanks Road. So I will run through each of those on the site plan and show you what that entails. So highlighted in green on the screen is, of course, the planned mixed-use development for Caraway Village along Eubanks Road. What we have as the first requested item is related to the conditioned self-storage that parallels with the text amendment. So what the applicant is requesting is that conditioned self-storage be allowed on block G, highlighted in red on the screen, and only on block G. The second item related to permitted uses is to allow service stations in blocks A, B, and C as a primary use. Service stations are already allowed with a special use permit as an accessory use to something such as a grocery store or other entity, but the applicant is requesting that service stations be allowed as a primary use in these blocks, again highlighted in the dark blue color on the screen. Next is requested changes to allowable signage. Both in size of sign, the number of tenant panels, the availability of illumination, and the quantity of signs. These are all changes related to modifications originally approved in the special use permit and contingent on a submitted zoning compliance permit for commercial square footage of at least 25,000 square feet. What is being requested here is that threshold be lowered to 20,000 square feet. And the applicant has more visuals and details on the signage to give you better perspective there. And so the location of those signs and potential changes would be impacted in the pink area and dashed area on the screen, including the gateway signs along I-40 and at the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Eubanks Road. And lastly, what the applicant is proposing, highlighted in purple, is the termination of Public Street A. So Public Street A runs from Eubanks Road, and originally in the special use permit granted in 2015 was going to continue to the western edge of Block G as a proposed future connection to Millhouse Road. Well, due to site constraints and Resource Conservation District and other limitations, the applicant is proposing to terminate the road as it is currently built at the edge of Block G. And the applicant does have visuals on that as well. So that in a simplified way is the request for the modifications proposed for Caraway Village. I'll be glad to answer any questions, but at this point, what we hope to do is open the public hearing, receive comment, and continue it to November 4th. And Adam Golden, as I mentioned, is here with a presentation as well, along with Bill Dirks to present to you.
Thank you. Are there clarifying questions from council? Ms. Ryan?
I just want to confirm that nothing about the existing sign approval is changing in terms of how many signs or the lighting or any of that. It's just the timing of when you're able to install them.
That is correct.
I'm seeing a nod. Okay. And none of this affects the potential affordable housing on the site?
Does not.
Mr. Golden, can you make sure you're heard versus, we can't really record your shaking of your head.
Yes. So, Councilman Ryan, yes, to your first question, the only things we're talking about modifying here are the number of tenant panels on the gateway sign. The maximum square footage, the size of the sign, none of that changes. All we're talking about is adding a few more names to that sign. Some of the other modifications, I can run through them. They're fairly minor to ground signs along Eubanks Road. They have to do with the number of tenants that can be shown on those monuments. They have to do with the size of the sign on a building, for example, for Starbucks. They're all approved modifications. We're not talking about changing any of those. All we're saying is the threshold to enable those modifications, we're asking to reduce by 5,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
The most important to answer your question, this does not affect the affordable housing parcel at all.
Thank you.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? Ms. Gu?
Well, on the map, in that diagram, for the gas stations, what is the plan? Because it's a pretty large area. Is the plan you're going to build the gas stations, like cover all the area or just a section of their area? Or, I mean, are you going to plan to build the gas station on all the area that you define, or just these are all the possibilities, but you're going to only build one, or just a portion of that? Can you?
Yeah, so we've basically proposed, and these very specific, right now, gasoline is allowed as an accessory use anywhere on the project, and there's no limitations to it. What we've proposed is adding it as a primary use, a standalone use, but just in those specific 3 locations. Our intent is not to have 5 gas stations lined up here. And I am prepared tonight to say that we would agree if council can give us the flexibility to put a gas station in any of those 3 locations, we would limit it to 1. And we can add that as a piece of our approval for clarity.
So you're saying that you're open, or that's your intention that you're only going to build 1. Does it mean that you're going to only propose 1 now, so that in the future you may propose another? Or I mean, there are lots of, because there's so many changes that has been proposed associated with this project. So I think it's understandable that people are asking those questions. They want to know what exactly that you have in your plan. Is that something that you will get, like you will get 1 gas station now, and in the future, because the council has agreed all those areas that are open to primary use, I mean the gas station as the primary use, does that mean that in the future you will add like 2 more gas stations there? I think that's the question.
Yeah, so let me clarify what I just said. So this issue came up at Planning Commission, and I offered this as an alternative, to make this more palatable, perhaps, is if we can get the flexibility to have either one of those 3 locations, which we're asking for those because we don't know exactly, we're not operators of fuel stations, and this will likely include a convenience store that will sell food. So we want to have the best options to be able to attract that type of user. And if we can have the flexibility to include those 3 areas, we will agree to limit it, only 1 gas station at the project. So if that helps clarify that. So we can't come back and do a second.
Right, I think that's helpful. So coming back to that storage place, if you look at the map, it's a pretty significant, large footprint over there. So what is what is your plan for the storage place? What kind of facility that you have in mind? Is there any more specific questions that you can provide? Because if you just look at the map, it's almost as big as all the apartments area that we are seeing now.
The area is actually, it is less than the apartments, I can tell you that. It is the most encumbered part of the project. That part of the site, because there is no visibility from the road, it's 900 feet from the road. So for retail or an office use, it becomes very challenging. The biggest issue we have is we have two high tension power lines. There's a Duke power line and there's a Piedmont Electric power line that are part of a pretty massive easement. If you've ever been back there, we have the big towers. And so residential use is not appropriate underneath that for obvious reasons. So it has always been one of the most challenging parts of this project. And quite honestly, when we first developed it and looked at it, we had always assumed that really one of the only viable uses for this area is self-storage, because it doesn't need visibility like other uses and it doesn't have people living there, so it's not a concern. So if you look at that site, the areas that are not encumbered by that easement, and the easement has specific limitations as to what can be done within it. I believe there's 2 to 3 acres on the west side, and there's 1.5 acres on the east side. So you only have 4 or 5 acres that you could build a building on.
Well, are you saying that you're going to build a storage place that will cover 4 to 5 acres? Am I misunderstanding you in any way?
We haven't determined that yet. I think we would probably do it in phases. Our first phase would probably be on a small fraction of that, probably on an acre, acre and a half. And we'd see how successful it is. You know, if it's successful, I could see a second phase being done further to the west that you wouldn't see from the road at all. If it's not successful, we may have to find some other use, but we're very limited back there in what can be done.
So you're saying that large area, it could be like not only one self-storage building, it could be like a complex or a cluster of storage buildings. Is that what you're saying?
There could be more than one in the future. Yeah.
It is in your plan. You are saying that is possibility.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, we need that as a possibility, or the land could be vacant for forever.
Okay. But at this time, you have not decided like how many buildings, how many square. Okay, gotcha. Just a clarification question. Thank you.
Ms. Ryan?
I just have a follow-up to that for Jake. If they decided to come back, if they built a phase 1 of the storage and wanted to come back for a second phase, would that be an SUP modification then, or would that be a buy that would be included in the approval they're seeking now?
That should be included as part of a final plan. If you give the allowance for that use specific to Block G, the second phase, that phased plan could be part of the final plan under that master land use plan type approval.
Okay, so we wouldn't be limiting them to say one phase unless we specifically made that part of the approval.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we hear from the public?
I had a little presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Good, but you tell me when.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mayor, members of council, Adam Golden, Vice President of Northwood Raven and NR Edge property owner. So I have a very brief presentation just to, if I can share my screen, I will piggyback on Jake's. It will take less than 5 minutes, but I did want to do that. Okay. So when the permit for Caraway Village was approved in 2015, we presented evidence showing that the project met the 4 findings of fact required for a special use permit approval. This limited scope modification just seeks to make 5 minor adjustments to the existing approval to further economic development goals for the project, meet the current market demands, and frankly, set up the project for success. The following is a brief summary, piggybacking on Jake's explanation on the specific items that we've included here. Frankly, why we want to do them, what we want to do, and how it will impact and enhance the project. When we first got the SUP approved in 2015, as Jake pointed out, the LUMO did not clearly define self-storage, and staff asked us to come back and include this for clarification. We want to confirm that climate self-storage is an allowed use only for Block G. Block G is the most challenged part of the project, as I mentioned. It sits on the far northwest corner, just north of the park and ride. It's 900 feet from Eubanks Road. It has very minimal visibility, so it's really not viable for any other use. Self-storage may be one of the few uses that is viable simply because it doesn't need visibility and doesn't have some of the safety precautions that would be required with residential. We actually, as Chad Love mentioned, self-storage actually will generate significantly less traffic than some of our other approved uses. So we actually think this will be a net benefit for the neighborhood. We do believe this clarification does not impact the project's compliance with the 4 findings of fact on which the original SUP was approved. The second item, the special use permit currently allows gasoline as an accessory use anywhere on the project. We want to adjust this to allow gasoline as a primary use, but limit it only to blocks A, B, or C. And I have added that we will limit it to only 1 location on the project. If we can get, we do need the flexibility to have it on the 3 options. The North Chapel Hill Development Opportunities Report that the town initiated in May of 2019 specifically said Caraway Village should attract interstate uses, including gas, given its proximity to Interstate 40. We believe there is a strong market and demand for new fuel options, given the limited number of stations on the north side of town. We also believe this will help bring in significant amount of traffic to the project, which will help our existing retailers and help attract new retailers to the project. The addition of gasoline sales as a primary use, as well as an accessory use, does not impact the project's compliance with the 4 findings of fact on which the original SUP was granted. For the third item, we want to make a minor adjustment to the threshold trigger that allows the already approved modifications to ground building signs and building dimension signs. The current trigger allowing these modifications is 25,000 square feet of zoning compliance submittal. We currently have more than 20,000 square feet of zoning compliance submittal. And to help our existing tenants, Starbucks, Chick-fil-A, and UNC Health, we would like these modifications to be enabled today. We believe these are in full compliance with the existing special use permit and the 4 findings of fact presented then. The fourth item, the existing gateway sign features on the southeast and northeast corners of the project adjacent to I-40 currently have 5 tenant panels on each sign. We want to increase the number of tenant panels on both of these signs. Every potential retail, office, and commercial tenant we have met with over the last 5 years has asked for a space on these signs. Most of the remaining commercial land at the project is not visible from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard or the I-40 off-ramp. So it's absolutely critical that we be able to have the option of adding more tenant names to this sign if we're to get more tenants. This modification does not impact the project's compliance with the 4 findings of fact on which the original SUP was granted. The last item, we want to remove the condition to extend Public Street A beyond its current termination point. The original plan contemplated a road that would extend to the adjacent property to the west. Our research has shown, and Bill Dirks is on the call and has a visual that I think would be very helpful to see, that the adjacent property has a very large RCD and floodplain very close to where the road would connect. This is an environmentally sensitive area, and for the road connection to be made, it would be extremely expensive, require extensive permitting, and in our opinion is not viable. So if we were to continue and build Street A further, it would it would limit what we can do on this already challenged part of the project, and it would create an environmentally sensitive situation. So we believe removal of this condition advances the public welfare and does not impact the project's compliance with the 4 findings of fact. We believe these limited scope modifications for Caraway promote the public health, safety, and welfare, comply with all regulations, standards, are located and designed and operated to enhance the value of contiguous properties, and conform with the comprehensive plan and the general plans for the town. The only thing I would add to that is I wanted to show you 2 graphics that are a little more telling of how the signs would look, the gateway signs. This is the gateway closest to I-40 as it sits today. With the additional tenant panels that we're proposing, here's how the sign would look. We would only add panels to stay within the artistic integrity of the sign. So basically adding 4 to 5 new panels. We do need an additional support piece here. The existing sign was not designed with these panels in mind, so we have to make sure that it is foundationally can be supported. Here's the sign as it sits closest to the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard intersection with the off-ramp as it sits today. And here's how it would look with the additional panels. Again, I can't stress how important these signs are to getting additional tenants. That's my presentation. I will stand by for questions.
Thank you. Okay. We had a member of the public signed up to speak. Mr. Parker, can you bring in Mr. Love? You're muted, Mr. Parker.
Amy is bringing folks in. He's there.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear
We
you.
can.
Sorry, it takes a second for it to unmute there. Thank you again for time. I know it's running late and it's been a long meeting, but it's worthwhile. So thank you for sparing me a moment. As I stated in the last item, we're neighbors of the project. It affects us, it impacts us. We see it every day. We drive by it. It has changed our traffic pattern. It has changed our visual. There's a lot of things that have changed here on Eubanks Road over the last few years as Caraway Village has come to fruition, which we're okay with. We know development's important and we support it as long as it's done in the right way. What I wish Adam had put in his presentation above just the signage and the layout would have been the original renderings of what we thought Caraway Village would be. A beautiful green space where you would have movies and a hotel and a large store of some sort that may have an accessory gas station attached with it, potentially a grocery store of some sort. And all I hear now is, what we're getting is just a gas station, no store, no hotel, fast food, self-storage. These are things that I just don't think are what Chapel Hill is about. It's not what we want the first impression of Chapel Hill to be when people get off the exit. It's been such a beautiful green space for such a long time as we've gotten off this exit for years. And, I just think we're just not striving. We're not reaching high enough. I feel like they can do better. Give it a little more time. I don't like to hear things like we have a piece of land that we just can't do anything else with, so we're going to put self-storage on it. If that's the case, I kind of just wish they would have left it alone and left trees or green space or something that the residents around here could use other than a self-storage space. It's hard when you're trying to make progress and you're trying to develop and we want to support it. We just don't feel like it's being developed in a proper way that's going to benefit the town in the way that they set out and promised. And again, I cut you some slack, Adam. I know there's been some hard times. The pandemic has affected a lot of people, and the fact that we're having this meeting virtually is proof of that. But there has to be more. There has to be better we can do as a town than what's being proposed. Because not only is Adam proposing these types of things, but there's another proposal we've been following that's going through the system from another developer that's going to abut this property that included things like a go-kart track, self-storage, things that are going to cause a lot of light, a lot of noise. 24-hour gas stations are noisy, things like that. So please take all that into consideration as you're making your choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do not see anyone else.
Okay. I bring it back to council then. Ms. Ryan?
I don't have any questions. I would move to, we're moving to open the public hearing,
Close it.
close it to close the public hearing. There you go.
No.
No.
No. This one's an SUP, so we are.
Oh, so it's different. Okay.
Yes.
Continuing the public hearing.
So we're going to continue the public hearing to November 4th is the item on.
Okay. So I move to continue the public hearing to November 4th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Ryan, second by Ms. Stegman. I was going to throw a comment in there, so I'll do it now. Adam, I still have concerns about the gas station being visible from the highway or being near the RCD. I know you want flexibility. Didn't think about it being open 24/7 with all the lights either. I just want you to take that into consideration and think about it if this moves forward. I understand, and I've heard from many folks that they would love to have a gas station on this side of MLK on their way down UBank. I get it, but I don't particularly care for the view of gas stations from the highway of defining Chapel Hill. I would agree with Mr. Love. That's not the definition we want. So I just put that out there for you as part of that. And I have to laugh. We've approved several self-storage units that have never been built. So Chapel Hill still doesn't have any self-storage. So it's been interesting. We go through this process, but all right. All right, been moved and seconded. Need a roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Well, I have a question. When are we going to give comments now? Are we going to vote first and then give comments?
No, I called for comments already. Were you not ready to do that?
Well, I am ready to do that.
Okay, well, I called for comments before the motions was made. So you want to, and then I asked if there were additional comments and you didn't speak up. So before we start voting, what are your comments that you'd like to share?
So we're going to be voting to continue this public hearing. So we're not going to propose like changes or specifications that what the council want to see with regard to like how much of storage places or how much gas stations that we would like to see. We're not have that kind of conversation.
You could have that conversation, but we're not voting on any of that tonight. We're just voting to move this to November 4th. And
so when are we going to have that kind of conversation, or the council will give the direction of what we want to see in this development? Because if you look at the maps, it can, or at least potentially, it can be pretty aggressive amount of gas stations and the self-storage places that can be built. I'm hoping that the council will give a clear direction of what we want to see on that site. Otherwise, if we just like voted and approve all of this uses at those parcels, I'm afraid that the result will not be the council would like to see. So I'm hoping that we'll have opportunity to have that conversation by the council.
that would be on November 4th if this is voted to continue the public hearing to November 4th. Okay. All right. So I'll start back over the roll call. The motion is only to continue the public hearing at this point. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boyncey.
Aye.
Councilmember Gu.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen is back on.
Aye.
Go back in. Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye as well. So this item will be continued to November 4th. Thank you. And Mr. Golden, you heard some of those comments, so you can come prepared to answer or send us an email beforehand with some of those answers.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
That moves us to item number 17, and a friendly reminder that we're not hearing the concept plan tonight. We're going to move it to October 28th. So we're going to open the public hearing, Land Use Management Ordinance Text Amendment, proposed changes to section 5.14.4 campaign signs, appropriate timing.
Yes. All right. Okay, can we see my slides?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm Becky McDonald, planner here with the Planning Department. And we have a land use management ordinance text amendment for section 5.14.4, which is the section regarding signs exempt from regulation and specifically campaign signs for this item. And I just have 6 slides, so I'll take just a few minutes. So our recommendation tonight is that you open the public hearing, receive comment, and then public comment may be submitted for an additional 24 hours afterwards. And then you can schedule the item for possible decision on at your November 4th meeting. So the normal text amendment process is shown here. Staff has drafted the item and Planning Commission reviewed on September 1st. They recommended approval. We're holding the public hearing tonight with possible action scheduled for November 4th. So to summarize what this text amendment is for, as new state law went into effect in July of last year that requires a 30-day period after an election before political signs are deemed to be abandoned property. And they can be removed without penalty. So staff has developed some language to update our ordinance to be consistent with that new state law and reflect that change. So this is the text for the actual amendment. And again, it speaks about signs that are exempt from regulation. So that includes temporary political signs in the right of way. So these are signs advertising candidates or election issues. That also meet certain criteria, such as they must be 4 square feet or smaller. They can't obscure other signs. They can't block intersections, things like that. They also have to be placed during the appropriate time coming up to an election. So the text amendment adds language that specifies that any sign that remains 30 days after that time period is considered abandoned property and may be removed. And so just to clarify how this relates to the state law, the new language in the state law sets different time periods for state and local roads. For state roads, the signs must be placed 30 days before early voting and up to 10 days after the election day. And for local roads, the state law specifies that the time period can be set by the local ordinance. And in our case, for Chapel Hill, we have the same time period for both state and local roads of the same 30 days prior to early voting and 10 days after the election. So we only need to add this one sentence in order to be consistent with the state law. The result being that any sign that's left after that period, which is 10 days after the election, so 40 days total after the election, would be considered abandoned property and may be removed. So again, our recommendation is that you open the public hearing and receive comments and allow additional comments to come in for 24 hours. And then you can discuss and consider acting on the item at your November 4th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any clarifying questions from council? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, there are not.
Okay, any comments from council then?
All gone home. Or something.
Someone would like to make a motion, please?
I'll move that we schedule the LUMO text amendment for possible action November 4th.
Second.
Second.
Oh, the move by Ms. Anderson, second by Mr. Boise. All right, roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Parker.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Councilmember Boise.
Aye.
Councilmember Dew.
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Aye.
Councilmember Ryan.
Aye.
Councilmember Stegman.
Aye.
Mayor says aye as well. Thank you very much. We will see this item back on November 4th after the election apparently. So good timing. All right. That brings us to the item on the agenda that says council vacancy update. We wanted to let members of the public know that we are still interested in taking up this matter, but because of COVID, because of the situation, because of the national elections, we wanted to wait till there was a time when we could have members of the public be more involved in this. It's a bigger community conversation. And the council had also expressed their interest in the conversation first about whether we're considering reducing the number of council members from 9 to 7. These are important decisions and important discussions that deserve broad public input. And so our preference is that we have these discussions until we can come back together. We're not quite sure when that is yet. We are working on it. If something changes, we'll let you know. And we did notify all the applicants via email that this is what the plan was. And we appreciate everyone's patience as we continue to navigate this very unprecedented time. So that was just their update. Okay. We have a lot of appointments to announce this evening, and I want to share that I was just really, really pleased with the numbers of people and the variety of perspectives that people applied with for these boards. And we appreciate people's patience as well, as we took a break from making appointments in the spring when we didn't know, but we wanted to continue on having people involved in our advisory boards. There were many, many applicants, and council looks to provide diverse perspectives and balance. If you weren't selected this time, please continue applying. We have more boards, we have more opportunities. We want your involvement. So again, just really pleased with the wide variety we got this time. So give me a minute. I've got them written down. Got the tabulations back. Okay. For the Community Design Commission, the council has appointed Ted Hoskins. For the Housing Advisory Board, the council has appointed Dustin Mills, Sue Hunter, Mark Shelburne, and Ann Houle. Sorry, and if I mispronounced your name, I'm so sorry. I had to write this out off of a text. Anyway, long story. For the Planning Commission, the council has appointed John Reese and Elizabeth Losos. For the Transportation Connectivity Advisory Board, the council has appointed Catherine Hughes and Denise Matthews. For the council, for the Council Committee on Reimagining Community Safety Task Force, it's a long list, so bear with me. We have Dolores Bailey, the council has appointed Dolores Bailey, Robert Campbell, Jamisha Cannon Phillips, Marcus Farrow, Emma Farola Bruckenstein, Desmond Fearson, Paris Miller, Heather Nash, Elizar Posada, Hemu Ra, Jeremy Roberson, Matthew Sullivan, Shugong Wang, and 2 alternates. The alternates will be Jacqueline Gilstrap and Malcolm, or Ty as we know him, Hunter, as our 2 alternates. And then we had council volunteers to be our liaisons. That will be Councilmember Stegman and Councilmember Nguyen, with Councilmember Bointsey being the alternate to this task force. So we're very pleased to get started on this. We'll be bringing the charge back at the October 28th meeting for this committee to get going. And I know you all have worked very hard on this. We all care very deeply about these conversations and the progress we can make. So I appreciate your willingness to help be part of the charge committee or part of the applicant selection committee, and on working on the liaisons for the task force as well. So very pleased with all that. So that being said, friendly reminder that we moved the one item for the Municipal Services Center to the October 28th meeting. We do not have a meeting next week. Can you believe it's October, by the way, anyway? So we don't have a meeting next week, but we do have a work session coming up on October 21st. So, and then there's various other meetings, committees you're part of, but we aren't officially coming back till the 21st for our work session. So that being said, any other final comments? Then the meeting is now, oh, Mr. Jones, any comments? Were you there the whole time just listening?
The entire time, yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilmember.
Jumped in when needed.
Okay, meeting is now considered adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Night.
Good
Have a
night.
Good night. Be safe.
It's kind of quiet out there. I'm just looking at myself.
Right, Mayor, you did receive my email with all the ballots and all.
I did. I had to write them out because I can't look at my screen and watch. I can't look at my email on my screens. I have to look at it on my phone. So that wasn't big enough to be able to. So I had to handwrite it out. Yeah, it was a mess. It was fine. I'll figure it out.
Good night.
Good night, Flo.
They were right. Yeah.